Sound check 1 2.
Mic check, mic check.
Hii tutakuwa tunapatia mtu contribute, si ndio? Weka itakuwa nafanya. So hii ni ya kazi gani? Sasa mimi nitakuwa napatia sauti. Okay. Sasa mtu akiongea hapo na hii ikiwa off, watu waona inaweza sikia. So this one has to be on this way. Na mtu akiongea hapo how will they pick? How will they pick this one if it's from far? So channel 1. Okay. So guy is here. Okay. But what of now these guys would be watakuwa naongea kwa speaker. Tunampatia hii tena. Okay, sawa. Good. Hey, uko sawa? We missed you the other time. Ulikuwa na mtihani? Okay. Yuko first sem? When? Okay. These are two. That's what you remember, the masters. haramu.
Ni haramu.
But you don't care.
Na unaikula for a month. Unaenda Naivasha for a month. Knowing that you are doing nothing completely, but you are there.
Task force. Tunaona alikuwa amenuza ria hiyo time, ria ya solar na ria ya nini? Ria ya energy efficiency. Nimemtumia tena this week. Oh, alikuwa anatafuta ria, nimemtumia report hata mimi. Alikuwa anataka ria. Nimemtumia report. Alikuwa anataka ria kumbe. That ria is there. Sunlight.
bit top. You can hear me.
Checking mic 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. Checking. 1, 2, 3, check mic. Checking mic, 1, 2, 3. Checking mic, 1, 2, 3.
Kelele imerudi. Mwambie acheze music. Gani? Ya nini? Ukisema 1, 2, check 1, 2.
Hata jana siku inatusumbua test na hii iko na
As in, we have all these people online.
Participants for this energy management regulations stakeholder engagement, I welcome you to this event. To those of us who are following us both online and from Sarawak and Africa, we thank you very much for making time to attend. We'll start. We are a bit late. We were supposed to start at 9, so we are 10 minutes late. As per our program, we are starting first with our national anthem. Then after the national anthem, we will have the remarks from the Director General's representative. So at this juncture, I'll welcome Winnie Kiare from EPRA to lead us in the singing national anthem. And as we do that, of course, as a sign of our patriotism and respect to our flag and our national anthem, we'll ask all be upstanding, then we sing the national anthem. Winnie, please welcome and lead us to the national anthem.
Thank you.
Thank Thank you. Please arise for the national anthem. Shall sing together. O God of all creation, bless this our land and nation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace, and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. Thank you. So let's bow our head for a word of prayer. Dear Father, thank you for this. Thank you for this day and all that you've blessed us with. Thank you for every seat that has been filled here today, for each mind and heart that feels the presence of this room. We thank you, and only you truly know what we are setting out to accomplish today. Come, fill our lives with your love, fill our conversation with your grace and truth, and fill this workshop with your presence. Lord, as we plan to share together, guide us and be with us, fill your Holy Spirit in our hearts, and lead us all into truth. Thank you, and may your will be done. Pray this believing and trusting in your holy name. Amen. Thank you. May take your seats.
Thank you very much, Winnie. I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself. My name is Fenwix Msonye. I work in the Energy Efficiency Department in EPRA. I would request, please, if you have your laptop and you are in this room and you are connected to Zoom, please you mute so that I don't hear myself from the laptop when I'm talking. Sometimes it distorts your thought processes. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I'm welcoming Caroline Kemadi to give the DG's remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Before I give the DG speech, and I think as we wait for the others to arrive, I don't know whether it's possible for those who are far off just to come closer so that, because the room is a bit wide, so that we are not too dispersed. I think it still helps us maintain the social distance. Thank you. So the Director General was not able to join us this morning, but he has sent a few remarks, which I will quickly go through. And then we can kick off our meeting. So we want to welcome everyone to this very important meeting. A special welcome to those who are following us online. I hope you can get us clear and loud. Feel free to chat with us on the chat function in the Zoom. And we'd be more than happy to also take your comments when that time comes. So today we are here to discuss the comments and to receive your views on the draft energy management regulations of 2021. These are the regulations that were published for public comments in September 2020. And they're supposed to align the regulations of we are reviewing the regulations of 2012 and aligning them to the Energy Acts of 2019. And we also want to consolidate the gains and achievements that we have achieved using the existing regulations. So we have some few new features in these regulations. And examples include the licensing of energy service companies, which is a requirement from the Energy Act. We also have the licensing of energy managers for facilities. And we'll also continue with the licensing of energy auditors and energy audit firms, which we have been doing since 2013 when we operationalized the other regulations. And we hope that through these regulations, we are going to develop the energy performance benchmarks for facilities and also establish energy savings credit trading schemes. So this process has been quite consultative. We begin with conducting a regulatory impact assessment, which was done in 2019. I can hear echoes. So that report is available on the website. You can, if you've not had a chance to look at it, you can go look at it and see what the industry said about the regulations and why we need to review these regulations. Before I finish, we want to appreciate all the stakeholders who have complied with the energy management regulations of 2012. A greater percentage of industrial, commercial, and institutional facilities have developed and implemented an energy policy. They've also carried out audits, they've designated energy managers, and they've also allocated a budget towards energy conservation and also carried out trainings. So this goes a long way to show that there's a lot of goodwill on the part of the licensed facilities, licensees, and promoters of energy management. And we hope to use the current regulations to continue with that trend and hope to make greater strides in the issue or in the field of energy conservation. So once we adopt the regulations that we are discussing today, we are going to affirm Kenya's position as a regional hub of energy efficiency. So let us all grab this opportunity to offer our critique on how to improve the draft regulations for the benefit of the entire sector. With those few remarks, we want to invite your views, comments, suggestions, and concerns about the energy management regulations of 2021 through this participatory process. So those regulations have been printed for you in case you had not had a look at them. They are on the tables. So you can still be going through them and give us your comments later. Before I sit down, as usual, let us remember we still have COVID-19 with us. So we follow all the protocols. We have our masks on throughout. We keep some distance between ourselves and the person sitting next to you. And also keep sanitizing. We have a sanitizer over there. And let us also wash hands at every opportunity that we get. I want to thank you very much and again welcome you. Before I sit down, we may not go around the whole room introducing everybody, but I just want us to identify the authority staff that are here with us, who can assist us in case of any issue, and they're the same people who will be guiding us through the discussions of today, as well as taking all your comments. And we have our rapporteurs here taking all your comments and notes. So I'll just introduce them from where they are. If I start from my far right, we have Nixon Bukachi over there. Next to him is Engineer Musonye. We have Hasi Dokumu right there, one of our rapporteurs. We have Yvonne Nyakio and Doreen Chirchir with us here. Behind there we have Ignatius, you can just wave, and Philip Omwenga. I think Eustace has stepped out. Then we have our legal counsel right in front of me here. This is Mr. Robert Mahenia. We have our communications team as well. Some of them are at the back there. We have Winnie over there and others at the registration table. So feel free to interact with any of them should you have any issue that you want us to address. So welcome, and please let us give our comments. And for those online, as I said earlier, please chat with us. Also feel free to raise your hand and talk when you're called upon to. Thank you very much and karibuni sana. So I will invite Phoenix to take us through the program from there.
Thank you, Caroline. I'm sorry, please, can we use our earphones in this room so that we don't have the echo? Because our friends online are saying they're not getting us clearly. So in the draft regulation development process, there are some stages that we go through to make sure that we comply with the Statutory Instruments Act of 2014, which says that before you make any law in this country, you have to consider many aspects, including economic, social, environmental, and cultural aspects. So we will have, or we'll take the stakeholders through the process of developing the draft energy management regulations of 2021. And we will welcome Nixon Bukachi to take the team through the process that we've been going through up to where we are at the moment. Nixon, please welcome.
So good morning. hope you can hear me. We are very cold, or the room is very cold. So mine is very simple today, just to take us through the stages that you have gone through in the development of this regulation that we are discussing today. The first draft of the regulation was developed in 2012 and gazetted on 25th September 2012. We have been implementing this regulation as an authority, and through which we have had quite a number of significant achievements that I will enumerate, one of which is, since the regulation came into place, we have licensed 100 energy auditors in the country. We have been able to register 45 energy audit firms who have been actively involved in the energy auditing space, and through which the authority has received more than 2,100 energy audit reports. So basically, we are saying more than 2,100 facilities have been able to conduct energy audits since 2012. Through this initiative, quite a number of facilities have been able to obtain what we call compliance certificates. And for a facility to comply or to obtain a compliance certificate, they are required to, one, have an energy policy. After establishing the energy policy, they were to conduct an energy audit. So after doing the energy audit, implement at least 50%, implement measures to realize 50% of the savings that were provided for in the energy audit. Establish an energy management team and an energy manager within the facility, and have their various documents, including the implementation plans, approved by the authority. So we have been able to issue almost 10 compliance certificates, meaning that almost around 7 facilities have been able to comply fully with the requirements of the energy management regulations of 2012 and apply for compliance certificates which they have been issued. So far, those are the achievements that have been made in the implementation of the 2012 regulations. Following the coming up of the Energy Act, or the gazettement of the Energy Act of 2019, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority was required to review all its regulations and align them with the new Energy Act and with the Constitution of 2012. So we have been going through this process. The process started with a regulatory impact study that we conducted in 2019, 2020. So the study basically involved engaging the licensed energy auditors, the licensed energy audit firms, academic institutions, research institutions, energy consuming facilities, so the facilities that are required to comply with the regulations, with coming up with recommendations on what we are supposed to review or include in the draft for the 2021 regulations that we are discussing today. So out of which we were able to get feedback that was now consolidated and put into a draft regulation in 2020. So we had the draft energy management regulations of 2020. So the draft energy management regulations of 2020 were then gazetted on 18th September 2020 for public comments for a period of 40 days as a requirement of the Statutory Instruments Act. So we received comments from various stakeholders. The comments have been consolidated, and we have taken them into account when preparing what we are calling now the draft energy management regulations of 2021. So the draft regulation has been circulated. I think it's available on our desks. For those ones who confirmed online, we have been able to share these on email, and is the document that we'll be going through today. So ours is basically to encourage all of us. You can scan through for those ones who have not read the document and give us feedback on the document, so that as we prepare the final regulation that will be taken for gazettement, we have taken on board all the feedback that we would have received from this forum, and also for those ones who have submitted their comments online. So with that, thank you very much. So I will welcome Phoenix to proceed.
Maybe before we start with presentation of the draft energy management regulations, I would ask in this room, if you have a representative from the Competition Authority of Kenya, would give you a chance to say something before we begin. Competition Authority. Okay, fine. I'll assume it's not there. So we will start discussing the regulations. As you see, the regulation is worded in thousands of words. So we will not be reading word by word. What we'll do, we are going to look at the salient issues in the regulations, then making a clarification because we've given copies of those regulations. But then when we'll start doing the discussion of the real thing, then we are going to look at if someone has an issue with maybe a clause regulation, then he's going to raise it. Maybe just to give a synopsis of the whole thing before we start reading, is the country values the contribution of energy efficiency to meeting what you call nationally determined contributions. They are called NDCs, whereby the country has an obligation to the world stage to reduce their carbon footprints and to reduce environmental pollution that might result in use or unreasonable use of energy. So when you talk of energy efficiency, we say the country wishes that people use energy in a productive manner. Because one, people ask you, if I can pay for my own energy, why would I not, why do you want me to be efficient? But then the government tells you that energy resources are very limited. They are investing into electric power plants. They are investing into importing oil and of course using the dollar to get that oil. So if they can use that dollar to get that oil but still get a good output from the energy you're using, the better. So energy efficiency, in essence, is improving, you're saying it's improving the output, actually the aggregate output of the economy by holding maybe the use of energy constant or improving it marginally as you improve highly the economic output of the country. That's both, both industrially, in domestic, and in institutional setups. So with that, a brief introduction of why we need energy efficiency in the country. We'll start. This regulation has preliminaries, of course. One, it's what you call the citations. Once we agree on this regulation and we say it's now operational, we will be calling it the energy, in brackets, energy management regulations of 2021. As my colleague had presented here, Nixon, we are talking about the previous regulation was energy, in brackets, energy management regulations of 2012. So application. Laws don't apply to everyone. There are laws that apply to specific sections of players. And that's why this regulation has to state where it is applying. And they're saying they will apply to the owners of designated facilities that use any form of energy. Then they will also apply to energy auditors. They will apply to energy audit firms, energy managers, and energy service companies, which are called ESCOs. So when you talk of designated facilities, of course, you'll ask, which are these designated facilities? we look at the next regulation, which will now tell us who is this designated facilities and how will it be done. We have definitions which I would really wish we skip. Whenever writing any document, of course, you do definitions the last. The same way you do executive summary the last and the abstract the last. So definitions, we might have to look at it last when we will have looked at all the provisions of the regulations. Probably that's when we best understand what these provisions mean. So we will go straight to the next regulation, or the next section of the regulation. That's classification of facilities. Now, you recall we have said that the law applies to designated facilities. So we are saying the authority shall, from time to time, classify facilities by energy consumption into high energy users, medium energy users, and low energy users for the purposes of these regulations. That means these definitions of low, high, and medium will be specifically for this purpose. In philosophy, they call it teleological meaning. So the meaning will be normative to these regulations, and not to any other application. Then we are saying that after they have done this classification, which of course will help in designation of the facilities, then they will publish, or the authority will publish, shall publish the facilities in accordance with the Act. So if you ask who are these designated facilities, someone will tell you, the authority shall tell you who the designated facility is. Then, of course, we ask where. Then say the authority shall publish. Of course, they'll be gazetted to be a different gazette, so that after the regulations have been passed, the authority will have a gazette notice saying these are the facilities that are supposed to comply with the Energy Act, or with the Energy Management Regulations of 2021. Now, we are going to specific regulations. We are looking at the regulation number 1, because we say these regulations are applying to designated facilities, to auditors, energy audit firms, energy managers, and ESCOs. The first one is now applies to the designated facilities, where the owner of this facility is supposed to develop an energy management policy. When you talk of policies, of course, you'll find facilities have various policies. People can have quality management policies. People can have safety policies. People can have codes of ethics in their regulations. So this regulation states that an authority should have a policy that is specifically centered on energy management. Of course, a policy is like a sort of aspirations in a facility, where you say we aspire to meet the following things: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When you have those sets of aspirations, of course, is when you come up with a plan to meet the aspirations. So we're saying every designated facility should state these aspirations. These aspirations, in the name of a policy, will be communicated to the authority. And then after communicating to the authority, of course, they submit to the authority, and then the authority is going to review to see if it meets the requirements of policy. Of course, these policies are guided by some standards. Then if it meets the requirements of the policy, then the authority is going to approve it. After approving it, the facility will now have it on the document, because it will be approved by that. Now, when we are doing energy efficiency plan in the country, or a strategic plan, and in the world, and of course when you are reporting on the progress that you made in energy efficiency, we rely on data, and this data should come from the facilities. So these regulations give the designated facilities an obligation to maintain data. This is in terms of production, this is in terms of consumption, energy consumption, in terms of production, in terms of machines, equipment and rating, plans, and all that. And when they are given this, when you have this data, you are supposed to submit the data every financial year before 30th June in a manner prescribed by the authority from time to time. Why do we say in the manner prescribed by the authority? It's because different facilities have different production data. Some will talk in terms of flowers, others in terms of tons, others in terms of people who have just visited the facility. So these are different, and the authority will now be guiding on how these regulations, or on how this data is supposed to be submitted by every 30th of June. So the next regulation, now that you have data, and you are supposed to be doing energy audits. Of course, we'll talk about that regulation before that, but you're supposed to make a policy. You're supposed to have data. You should have someone in your facility to assist in ensuring that the facility meets the obligations or the provisions of the regulations, and it improves in the energy efficiency. How do you do that? Of course, you're supposed to have an energy manager, to designate an energy manager, and have energy management committee. Now, this is a bit different from what we had in the last regulation. In the last regulation, you are required to have an energy champion or energy manager, but this manager was not supposed to be licensed. In this regulation, the energy manager has to be licensed, and he's licensed by the authority. So there will be some questions or some interviews that will be administered, both written and oral, or in a manner prescribed by the authority. Then after that, the manager will be licensed as an energy manager. So we are adding a category to our licensing, where we will have a licensed energy manager who will be instrumental in helping designated facilities to meet their energy management obligations. This energy manager will constitute an energy management committee, and this energy management committee will assist in coordination of energy issues in the facility. The composition of this energy management committee can be found in Schedule 2 of the regulations. So I'm sure after this, probably, or you could even simultaneously check in Schedule 2 to see if the regulations, or you see the composition of that. So obligation number 3, or provision number 3 for designated facilities: the owner of a facility shall cause it to undertake an energy audit at least once every 4 years. What we are saying is in the previous regulation, we were talking about 3 years, where facilities could do energy audits after every 3 years. But in the study, as my colleague Nixon took you through, the study that was conducted for the impact of the previous regulation, that was pointed out as one of the issues. Facilities were having a problem in the cycle. They could not do an audit and implement and file returns within 3 years. So it was by consensus, they agreed that 4 years was a good, gave them a good lead time to accomplish what they were supposed to accomplish. So the energy audit has a standard, because when you say someone has to do some work, you must have some benchmark. What are these benchmarks you are using? It shall, at a minimum, be in accordance with the ISO 5002 or any other subsequent replacement standard. The report shall, at a minimum, be in the form and content set up in Schedule 3. If those of us who are familiar with the regulation of 2012, you realize we were not a bit prescriptive in terms of what the audit report or auditing should be. But we are now, because the KS ISO 5002 wasn't there by then. But But then this is our guideline in terms of auditing, and we're not saying this is the gold standard. What we're saying is that's the minimum. Actually, that's what the regulation speaks about. At a minimum, it should meet the KS ISO 5000 and 2, or something more than that. Then Schedule 3 gives how the report should look like. This should be of interest to energy auditors in Schedule 3. Not that other stakeholders are not may not take interest in it. They could still take interest in it. But when you start interacting with the auditors about the energy audit reports, then the minimum requirements will be in Schedule 3 and in ISO 5002. That's what we expect, or that's what the authority would be expecting. So after the auditor has done the audit for the facility or an ESCO or an energy audit firm, then of course the report shall be presented to the facility. The facility has now to take that report to the authority for approval. That's the next regulation, or the next part of the section of the regulation, submission of reports to the authority. Under current arrangements, either the auditors or the facility sends the report to the authority. Either way, which it still makes sense, that's local arrangement. But according to the regulations, the audit report belongs to the facility. So the facility has the obligation to submit that report. Then, of course, the authority has also an obligation to review the report and then give its findings of the report in 30 days. Now, why do you submit the report to the authority? Of course, it's because of we need that opinion, and because the authority is there to safeguard the interest of the facility in terms of the quality of the audit that's being conducted. The authority has to tell the facility that we have reviewed this report and we have independently seen that the report is good. You can now start implementing what the auditor has recommended. So that's the reason why the authority has to have a hand in that. Then, of course, the authority might reject the report and say the report's not good, and point out areas, of course, where the auditors have to, or the facility has to improve doing the report. And in part of doing quality control, because the authority also should ensure that the auditors are doing the correct thing, we have what we call quality control audits, where the authority can go to the facility to verify what was presented in the report, to see if it's the same thing on the ground. Because these are compliance issues, probably someone can go sit at the gate and write a report and bring to EPRA, and then we say the facility has complied. So the authority has to has a right to visit the facility and to check if what was presented in the report is the same that has been presented or is the same on the ground. So the other regulations here are just about granting access. Most of the times when you go to the facility, the authority, the facility has the obligation to allow the authority or its agents into the facility to check and see if the audit has been done well. So next we are looking at, you see, it's chronological. You've done an audit, then you have submitted to the authority, then the authority has said that the report is good. So the next, what the facility is supposed to do is to develop an energy investment plan and start implementing the recommended measures. Because the report, audit report, of course, is going to tell the facility that for you to improve on your energy efficiency in the facility, you are supposed to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Then, of course, the audit report, as we have said, as per the ISO standards, it will tell you for you to meet these savings, you should do the following. This will be the investment, and this is what you're going to get as a return in terms of money. So now the facility follows through. They do an investment plan where they say we will do X as stated by the auditor. We will do this X by this day. This X will be done by person Y, and this will be the amount of money that will be invested, and this will be our KPIs, key performance indicators. So that's what a plan generally is, and of course there is a guideline on how the investment plan should be. Then after the facility has filed the plan within 6 months of the approval of the audit, then they are supposed to implement it and make sure they are saving 50% of the projected energy savings. So if the energy audit report said facility X, Sarova Panafric will save, let's say, 200 units per year, then you are supposed to implement the recommendations and make sure at least you save 100 units. That's 50% of what was recommended. Then this implementation, once you are implementing, the facility will be reporting to the authority the progress of implementation. Because as we said, the authority which acts on behalf of the entire government in terms of meeting the NDCs in energy efficiency, the authority has to report, to do some reporting on the progress. So this progress has to come from the facilities. After the facilities have now submitted the annual implementation report as per Schedule 5, then the authority, of course, transmits that. So to verify, as I said, we are moving chronologically. We have now implemented, we have made 50%, but who verifies that that's 50%? Or how do we verify that 50% has been met? So we will, the verification, measurement and verification will be undertaken by a licensee of EPRA. We have introduced another license category. We'll go into that. EMVP licensee. This licensee will be an expert in measurements and verifications. So if there is any need for verification of performance improvement, then EMVP licensee will assist in doing that. So this will be conducted to meet at a minimum the relevant Kenya standards provided in Schedule 6 or any other replacement of the standards. What you're saying is, again, measurement and verification, just the same as energy audit, has some standards they follow. You don't just come up with your own standards and say, this is my standard. These standards are listed in Schedule 6. There are a number of them to do with the measurement and verification. So after EMVP licensee has been contracted to do the verification where there is need, this verification will be done as per schedules, standards in Schedule 6. When Caroline was presenting something on the, presenting the speech, we talked about development of energy performance indicators, or the energy benchmarks. Because even in class or on the field, when you're playing and there is that league table, the Premier League table, we say you're number one because there's number last, or you're number last because there's number one. And so there are benchmarks you use to make sure that facilities have been encouraged to up their game, if you can allow me to use that word, or to improve in terms of the energy performance. So within 3 years of these regulations, if you publish this regulation this year, this is 2021. So if you add, you are going up to 2024. So between now and 2024, the authority will publish on its website sector-based energy performance benchmarks. Then, of course, it shall also review and publish the national energy consumption indices annually. Now, the energy performance benchmarks, simple. We are talking about comparing Apple with Apple, Orange by Orange, where if you want to publish benchmarks for hotels, you just publish benchmarks for hotels and say, we have done a study of the hotel industry in this country. The industry has maybe 200 or 1,000 facilities. Of course, you sample. After doing the sampling, you come up with the energy consumption of all those facilities. Then, of course, you will have the average, you'll have the best, you'll have the worst, you'll have the mode, you'll have the median. Then from there, the benchmarks can be determined. And then those benchmarks are published, and the facilities are told, we did a study this year, and this is what your peers are doing. So we ask all the facilities to improve on the energy consumption or to improve on the energy performance to make sure they meet the benchmark that will have been found after the study will have been conducted. And these benchmarks will be for different facilities. So we may not compare a tea processing plant with a cement processing plant. There'll be different benchmarks for different facilities. So what happens now that we have the benchmarks and we tell you these are the benchmarks, please meet them. If a facility does not meet those benchmarks, that's where we now come in. The facility will be, of course, informed that they have not met their benchmarks. And when they don't meet the benchmarks, a commitment to implementation of they'll come up with a remedial plan. The facility says, okay, fine, I accept. I have not met the benchmarks. It's a very bad thing, but I commit to improve. So in the commitment to improve, they will have a remedial plan and say, we commit to change this in the next 2 years, and this is our plan. Probably they are going to do another audit, that they're going to do specifically in specific areas and see how they're going to improve. So, so within 2 years of the approval of that remedial plan, of course, they are supposed to improve what they will have stated. Then the authority will, at the same time, inspect the facilities on purposes of obtaining data to verify compliance with the benchmarks and issue written notification to facilities in case there is non-compliance. The issue of benchmarks, as you said, is novel in the draft regulations. The same thing with the energy saving certificate is also novel. So an authority can issue a facility with energy saving certificate. How does that work? In the current regulations, we've been talking about energy compliance certificates, where facilities have been applying for compliance certificate. Then you give the compliance certificate. It's prestigious, of course. It's used for marketing purposes. But here now, we've gone a notch higher. First, the energy saving certificates shall be two types. We'll have the green certificate, and then we will have the white certificate. So for the green certificate is a facility that has met 50% of the recommended projected energy savings in that energy audit report. So the current facilities, those that have been meeting, that have been coming for energy compliance certificates, will currently, they are going to be given green certificates if they apply. So if you exceed the 50%, of course, you will get a white certificate. These certificates will be indicating the number of tradable credits determined from the annual energy saved from the implementation of energy saving measures as by the guidelines in Schedule 7. So if a facility has not met the 50% of the recommended energy savings in the energy audit report, then they will be obliged to buy the remaining the remaining credits to reach 50%. So that is where the trading scheme comes in of the energy saving credits. It's like if I should borrow from a different discipline, carbon credits. Please meet benchmark X, or implement to achieve 50% savings. Then in the event that you fail to meet it, you will be supposed to buy from the person who has exceeded it. So that means a green certificate holder will not have anything to trade because he'll have made 50%. A white certificate holder will have extra credits that he can trade with someone who is now hoping to be a green certificate holder. So, and these applications, of course, will be made to the authority website for application of energy saving certificates within 60 days. And then there will be a certificate. The authority shall maintain a register of all the facilities issued with energy saving certificates. So we've been focusing on what the facility should do. Facility will do 1, will do 2, will do 3. But then these facilities need personnel to assist them to comply with the provisions of the regulations. And this we are now licensing in. Sorry, there was a power hitch. So we will wait until the projectors start projecting the what I'm presenting here. Then we can continue. Our team is working on that. We apologize. Okay, sorry for that. Welcome back. Now we are going to the licensing section. Maybe just I'm doing a recap that the regulations have been made. This designation has been published in a gazette, in a separate gazette notice. Facilities have been given their provisions, which they are supposed to comply with. They have appointed energy manager. They have conducted energy audits, they have developed energy policy, they have energy management committee, they have implemented the recommendations of the audit, they have met 50%. They have sent an implementation plan to the authority. Those that have met 50% have received the green certificate. Those that have exceeded 50% have received white certificate. Those that have not received green certificates have bought credits from white certificates to meet the green certificate. And we've also had an EMVP licensee to assist in checking if 50% has been met. We have energy auditors who have assisted in doing energy audits. Now the next question is, where are these energy auditors? Where are these energy managers? And where are these EMVP licensees? So we are going to the section where we are going now to get these licensees. How does the regulation guide us on how to achieve this, on how we can now get the license? Because all these provisions, the regulations we have read, cannot materialize if we don't have personnel to do that. So we are talking of licensing and an energy auditor and energy managers. So a person shall not carry out an energy audit under these regulations or undertake measurement and verification of energy performance or be employed or contracted as energy manager as required under these regulations unless he or she or it, probably add there to take consideration of the changing environment, is licensed as an energy auditor or energy manager as applicable by the authority. So we are saying that all these provisions we've stated for designated facilities, they will only be met if an energy auditor or last person licensed will be licensed by the authority. So a person shall be qualified to be licensed as an auditor if he holds qualifications and experience set out in Schedule 9. Then energy manager, again, Schedule 9. I'd wish we got Schedule 9. That's the only schedule we will go through. That sometimes becomes an emotive issue. So we will go to Schedule 9 straight. That's for clarity. The first one is academic qualification, which is basic academic qualification. And we are saying that for someone to be licensed as an energy auditor, he should have a BSc, Bachelor's of Science, Bachelor of Technology, or Bachelor of Engineering degree, or a higher national diploma, HND, in electrical, mechanical, chemical, mechatronic, or energy engineering, or any other relevant degree from a recognized university, recognized in Kenya. We were told you cannot say recognized university in Kenya. So from a university recognized in Kenya, the relevant degree must have units in thermodynamics. I am Fenwick's. I have a BSc mechanical engineering. Then we say, okay, fine. Next, we are looking at the next qualification. Then you say, I have MSc energy technology, or I have a CEM, or I have a CEA, or I have any other certification that has been from an accredited institution. Then we are done with that. So next we tell you, okay, fine, you're almost there, but not there real. Then we ask you how many audits or what's your experience. Then you say, I have conducted at least 3 energy audits under supervision of a licensed auditor. And these audits were not walk-through audits. Probably we see the difference there. In our previous regulations, we were talking about 5 energy audits. So because actually we've been talking about, we did a study to check on how the previous regulations were faring on. And we realized it was not very easy for people to get where to do 5 energy audits. That's one thing. And two, we realize that if you participate in 3 audits fully, then that makes you a very good candidate for being an energy auditor. So what you're saying is you need to have an experience of 3 years for that. Then, of course, we have now categories of these auditors. We have category EA1, those are the requirements for energy in EA1. Please don't say energy auditor 1. We just call them EA1. So whichever word you want us to put there, but it's just an EA1. The EA1 should have at least conducted an IG audit in these 3 audits. We will see when we are going back to our regulations, we will see why these people have different qualifications. They'll be doing different kinds of audits once they are licensed. Because currently our energy auditors, we have Class A and Class B. Class A does something different from Class B. So we have also tried to categorize them in that manner. Then we have EA2. EA2 should have, of course, done those 3 audits, but 2 must be in a manufacturing facility. And why do we say that? Because one of the most complex areas to do an audit, of course, is in a manufacturing entity. We may not take someone who has done audits in a building, because in Kenya, we really have the building envelope things. So you may not have done audits in three buildings, and as you become an auditor, because you may have a problem doing audits in a manufacturing entity. So we expect, of course, of the 3 audits, 2 must be from a manufacturing facility. Then we have EMVP. We have already talked about this category of auditor, and we said he will be, apart from doing the other audits, he'll be doing measurement and verification. He'll be doing measurement and verification, just to make sure that if the firm says, I've saved this much, then they will have, it will be true. This person will have the skills and knowledge and expertise to verify that. Because those of you who've been in this field, you understand it's not very easy to just verify savings. You need some expertise of that. So this person should, in addition to being an EA1, he should have a certification in measurement and verification from a body recognized by the authority. And this one will have conducted at least 5 energy audits, 2 of which must be in manufacturing facility. So as you see, there's a difference. Now this person has improved a bit. We want him to have 5 instead of 2. So possibly I might not get from just out there from the field. I do 2 audits. Then I say I am very good in conducting measurement and verification in the facility. I want to be licensed as that. So we'll need 5 audits. Then you're supposed to have at least carried out measurement and verification of at least 1 energy conservation project in the country. So we are talking of energy manager. So the academic qualification for you to be an energy manager, you will hold either BSc degree or BTech, of course, or BEng, or higher national diploma, or diploma in either engineering, physical sciences, or any other related field, and you should have an energy management certification from an institution recognized in Kenya, or you should be a licensed energy auditor. So a licensed energy auditor will automatically have qualified on this in this aspect, the first one, to become an energy auditor. Then professional qualification, you are supposed to have attended a training by recognized trainers in at least 2 of the following aspects. There are trainings that happen in this country, several bodies. I'll mention KM because KM works with the ministry. So we may not say it's a private body through the Center for Energy Efficiency. they conduct several trainings in energy efficiency. Of course, the other institutions I may not mention because they don't partner with the government, but they train in financial engineering, energy management, project management, measurement and verification, appliance energy efficiency, and report writing. Either of these trainings. Then, of course, you are supposed to have a experience of 2 years in energy-consuming facilities. Of course, anywhere you're working, if you're an engineer or technician there, they must be consuming some energy. But that's what we'll be requiring from that. So basically, that's Schedule 9 in terms of what do we require to license our players. So we'll be going back to look at now what are they supposed to do. And probably in that context, we'll understand why the qualifications are different from one entity to another. Please bear with me as I scroll back. I don't know how to go back to where I was after the scare. So there we are back. And the laptop is now friendly. So EMVP, category EMVP, we have seen their qualifications. Now we are seeing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. The first thing is they are supposed to undertake IG, investment grade, and general grade audits in designated facilities, and undertake measurement and verification of energy performance. That's number one for EMVP. Then category EA1 is to undertake IG and general energy audits in designated facilities. Then when we talk about these two kinds of audits, we will the regulation gives a guideline on what's the difference between these. So we'll see that in our appendix, in our schedules. Then EA2 can only undertake general grade audit, not IG audit. So you see on A has three kinds of audits they can do. B has 2. C has 1. D will not undertake any audit. As you see, that's an energy manager. Category EM, we just undertake coordination and promotion of energy efficiency and conservation programs within a designated facility. That's what EM will do. There'll be application. If you wish to apply for that, there's Schedule 10 that tells or sets out how the application should be done. Then there is Schedule 11. This is a new introduction. So I will also go to Schedule 11. Fees. So that's Schedule 11, and that's the fees. The energy manager, there's the application fees, annual license fees, and replacement fees. Same to energy auditor, there's application fees, annual licensing fees, application fees. Then there is energy auditor 1, there's EA1, there's EMVP. So those are that's the fee that will be auditors, applicants will be paying before they get the license. So just going back to check. Now, in some cases, when people are doing, there are some facilities which don't engage individuals to do work because of liability issues. So they have to engage companies, registered companies, and we will be, or the authority shall be issuing energy audit licenses to farms. So as a farm, if you want to offer consultancy services in terms of energy audit, you have to be licensed. So the farm shall apply to get the license. It will be in two categories. There's EAF1, and this will be authorized to undertake investment grade and general grade audits in designated facilities. For you to be licensed as an EAF1, you must have in your employment an EA1 licensed auditor or an EMVP licensed auditor. The same happens to EAF2. Actually, it's congruent with the EA2 in terms of the kind of jobs they're supposed to be doing, and they are supposed to have an EA2 licensed auditor in their facility. Then, of course, there's the fee. The fee is also in Schedule 11. I think we'll go there later. We'll be talking about that. So, licensing of energy service companies. This is the first time in my presentation we are coming across energy service companies. The energy service companies offer what you call energy performance contracts to facilities. Probably we may have to sander that from energy service company, someone who just comes to install a power plant in your place, or a solar panel. That's still an energy service company, but they don't offer energy performance contracts. The energy service companies envisaged in this regulation are the facilities or their companies that come to your facility, then they do an energy audit there, and they tell you that we propose you do XYZ as one of the ways of reducing energy costs in your facility. Then they make a promise that if you do this, you're going to save this much money. Then when you save this much money you are saving, you will give us this percentage of the money. That's how energy performance contracts work. They are different from energy supply contracts, so they are not one and the same thing. Energy supply contract, like the person who's giving us this power, is still an energy supply contract because we signed somewhere. But now that one is specifically on energy performance in terms of energy efficiency, that you're going to save this much energy in the following years. And when you save this much energy, then you will pay us a fraction of this, or you'll pay us the entire of this money. Then these energy service companies, when they tell you what to do, sometimes it depends on on what you agree. They might implement all that they're telling you to implement. They do it by themselves. They get the money from the bank. They purchase the equipment. They implement the energy conservation measure. They have done it. They run the equipment sometimes. Then, of course, they verify the savings for you. Then they get their money back. So that's how energy performance contracts work. And they have been introduced in the market. One, of course, to be in line with the Energy Act of 2019. Two, to try bridge the gap that was identified in the studies that were conducted in 2019 and 2020, which says, of course, implementation has been having a problem, implementation of the recommendations of the energy saving measures. So if we have a separate entity that goes to get money on its own, then implements the conservation measures in your facility, then they get paid from the savings that they promised, then that would be better. And now the authority will be licensing facilities. which act as energy service companies. So they are saying no person shall engage in business as an ESCO without license issued by the authority. For you to be an ESCO, authority has to issue a license, then you will be issuing those energy services in terms of energy efficiency. Then, of course, an energy service company is like just an energy audit firm. The only difference is it now implements what has been recommended. Then they are paid based on the performance of the recommendations that they gave. Our auditors recently, when we had a meeting 2 days ago, you recall I alluded to this, that when you recommend a measure, make sure it's going to work because of this issue of ESCOs. You cannot recommend a measure that's not going to work because you'll not be paid. And your livelihood as an ESCO, of course, now will be relying on that. So these ESCOs will have to be licensed because they'll be undertaking audits. That's the first thing. And then they can also develop, design, finance, procure, build, operate, and implement energy conservation projects whose compensation is directly linked to energy savings. So that's why the issue of energy performance contracts comes in. You are compensated as per the savings that have been realized. And that's why if you look at number 3, our EMVP comes in very handy because you'll now need an expert to be verifying these savings. This expert will be our EMVP licensee, and that's why you saw we said he should have done 5 audits, not 3. And he should be having a certification in measurement and verification. So, of course, there'll be the application of that. How do you apply to be an ESCO? The same way we apply for energy for energy audit firms. Then we now talk about ESCO contracts. When I introduced the ESCO, I talked about energy performance contracts. So we are still following on the term to describe it further, to give it flesh. So a facility and an ESCO shall enter into an energy performance contract to govern their relationship and set out the obligations of each party prior to commencement of work. So the energy performance contract shall at a minimum meet requirements set out in Schedule 12. That's where our legal experts come in, mostly, because that contract is a bit, if it's not done well, of course, it brings very many legal issues. Then an ESCO shall file within 30 days of entering into an EPC a copy of the contract with the authority. Now, the authority is not supposed to, will not be actually meddling into the relationship between the ESCO and the descendant facilities. But then, of course, the authority has to know what's going on because of course, issues of arbitration. If there's any problem, then the authority has to come in. So, determination of applications. Applications for licenses under this shall be made electronically or in any other manner that the regulation may, from time to time, prescribe. Currently, of course, applications are mostly made online, electronically. But there might someone who might come, and that's because we talked law, we said laws are made for the citizens. That's social foundations of law. So if a citizen comes and says he cannot do electronically, of course, there must be any other manner which he can apply. But as for this, we've been doing electronic. After the authority has received the application, it will process that, the applications. There is a minimum of 60 days, a maximum of 60 days, for energy auditors and energy managers, then 30 days for companies and ESCOs. So for individual licenses, 60 days. For companies, within 30 days. So licenses shall be valid for a period of 3 years. 3 years validity. In the current regulation, licenses have been valid for only 1 year. Where after 1 year, you have to do the, you have to renew. Renew will take 3 years, and still that took into consideration what has been or what was collected during the study on the impact of the regulations. And then, of course, again in the Energy Act. So when you're making application for renewal, it will be 30 days before the expiry date of the current license. Now, this 30 days is very instrumental because license renewal also is a process. It's not a click of the button. So let's assume your license is expiring tomorrow. Tomorrow is that. Then you wait and apply tomorrow, and you need that license on 4th to do some work somewhere. Of course, you'll miss out on the work. So you apply 30 days before it expires. It gives the authority time to process the license. If there are any issues, it gives you time to solve any issues, to do of course, issues like tax compliance certificate. Then it becomes easy for your, it brings seamless business actually to that. The regulation has introduced the concept of CPD, continual professional development. Now, technology keeps on changing. We keep on getting new things every year. And for a professional, it's important that they keep on updating themselves on the ongoing of on what's going on in the field. This kind of updating, of course, is in various ways. For example, if you attend a workshop like this one, of course, you learn something new as a professional. If you publish something online, of course, you must have thought through before publishing, which becomes a CPD point. If you attend a training, what we're saying is there is this continuous development where you develop yourself through various ways, including working for an organization somewhere, training people, attending trainings, making a presentation and all that. So that's important because it keeps us updated in terms of the new technologies or in terms of the new happenings in the field. So the CPDs will be have to be accumulated before someone renews his license. Schedule number 13 actually outlines how those CPD points will be distributed. As you'll know, in most professional organizations, there are different ways of accumulating the CPDs. So that's the same thing. These regulations have adopted here. So if the authorities, of course, satisfied that the CPDs have been met and the applicant has met what is required for the license to be renewed, then the license is going to be renewed upon payment of the fees. I'm being told it's time for tea, so we will break. We'll call it a health break because our colleagues online are not going to break for our tea here. So let's have a health break of, because we are few here, we take 20 minutes. Then we come back at 10:50. We'll pick from there. Thank you very much for paying attention. can't hear me? Asia? Asia? Asia, you can hear? Sound check. Asia? 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 Hear me? Right now.
Chacha. So, you there? You can hear us?
Yeah, I can't hear you.
What about now?
Asia, I can't hear you.
What about now?
Asia? What about now? Yeah, I can hear you now. Very.
What about now?
What about now?
Okay. You can hear? Ah. So then let me use your. We can use you to see if it picks up. Let me.
Mic check 1 2. 1 2 mic check. Checking microphone.
You can get me? It's good. Eh?
an issue. I don't know what they were doing here. Ilikuwa mpaka na laptop ilikuwa na hiyo issue. Lakini kwa sawa saizi. So, Tim, welcome back. Our online team, welcome back too. Now, we almost done with the concept of licenses, where we are talking about licensing. We have given the licensing requirements. We have stated the licensing fee. We have also explained what the categories of licensees will be doing as per the provisions of this regulation. There's, of course, the concept of upgrading your license. I will not go through that. We want to dedicate a lot of time to discussing the regulations. So there's also revocation or suspended or revoked under what circumstances. Then we will go to, of course, there's the register of licenses, where the authority will be publishing this register of licensees online, and will be able to meet them. Then there is local content requirements. This is important because most of the times, as when we try to develop our industry, we try to make sure that our local experts improve, or they have been improved. So whenever a company comes from a different jurisdiction and they want to do work in the country, there's the local content requirements in terms of the expertise, the management, and the kind of people working in that facility, in that farm. So while licensing energy audit firms and ESCOs, they will meet local content requirements. These requirements will be provided in a different regulation being developed by the authority to make sure that we protect our own. Then there's the issue of indemnity. It was also in the previous regulation, and submission of data. There is power of inspection. As I said in the previous, when I was presenting just before break, the authority has a right to go to a facility to check if they have complied with the regulations, one, and to check if the audit has been done to standards. So that's where the powers of inspection and compliance orders are enshrined. Then there are offenses and penalties. Most of the times when we're talking of the energy compliance issues in energy systems, energy economics, we talk of course, incentivizing people to comply with the regulation. Then you talk about talking to people to comply with the regulation without giving them an incentive. Then you talk about using a stick, using penalties to enforce what people are supposed to be doing. Theodore Roosevelt said that you walk, you speak softly and walk with a big stick, then you reach far. So this is where the big stick comes in, offenses and penalties. I also wish to ask our attendees to go through these penalties. They are much less standardized in all our regulations in the authority. If you operate without a license, let's say you purport to be an auditor, or you purport to be an ESCO, or you purport to be an energy manager, and you don't have a license, there are penalties to do with that. If the authority comes to your facility and you don't grant them access to the facility, there is, of course, there are also penalties to do with that. Maximum fine of 1 million shillings upon conviction. Then the other offenses, of course, they are listed there under regulation number 31. I'll also ask our attendees, now that they have the regulation, you read through the penalties for the sake of this discussion. Then, of course, there's also appeals. If you have an appeal, maybe you have a problem to do with your relationship with the let's say a facility. They have issues or complaints, then of course they have to refer to the authority for resolution first. If now the authority or any other party is not certified with the decision of the authority, then there's the Energy and Petroleum Tribunal, which assists in solving issues that the authority may have failed to solve. Then, of course, there's the transition. When will these regulations start operating? How will the current auditors move to the new to the new establishment of the audit? This has been provided in Schedule 14. Then, of course, once we agree here, and once the Parliament agrees, and once the Attorney General agrees, then the energy management regulations of 2012 will be repealed from that. With those few remarks, I stop here. We will now present, because we received first comments in September last year, comments to do with when they published the draft regulations. Now the comments will now be presented, and the decision that the authority took on those comments. Then after that, of course, we'll now receive more comments, from the floor. The floor not only meaning this floor, but also the floor online. We also receive the comments. We will be, our team is writing the comments down, of course, and the responses we're going to give, so that we'll come to an agreement by the end of the day. So probably we prepare for presentation by my colleague, Eustace, who will come to present the comments as they were presented. So we have not altered anything. We are presenting them in the Word format, the way they are presented, word by word, reading the justification, then reading our decision on that. So Eustace, you are welcome to make the presentation. Thank you very much.
No, wao ndio wanashare, si ndio? Alafu nitaiona. Let them share. But mimi sioni. Oh. Oh. And also from Nakuru Municipal, Nakuru County. So, before what I'm presenting now are some of the comments which were presented by Kenas and the Association of Energy Professionals, which have been incorporated to the current draft which Fenix was presenting. And most of the, you can see most of the comments from Kenas and to do with the word accreditation. Where the first one they are saying, the first one is defined industrial, commercial, and institutional facilities. Already that one has been incorporated in the regulations, in the definitions of the regulations. That one has been clearly outlined in what we call the designated facilities. Then on the comments, with the word accreditation, Kenas was saying accreditation means approval issued by the authority permitted to all authorized person to undertake energy audit and energy audit firm, energy manager, and energy service company. We have already done that definition. If you look into our definition, we have talked about, you can see an accredited institution. But in most, all the other comments which they have put were to do with the accredited energy auditor, accredited energy manager, accredited energy audit firm. We found it would have been easier for us to use the word licensed as it was in the previous regulations. So comment 3 of Kenas, comment 4, all of them are to do with the accredited. So we changed from accreditation to licensed. And the problem was that we were able to solve all those comments which they had put. So the term designated facility, that's on comment 4, or control center should be provided in the Act. Since the terminology is first applied, nevertheless, in section 2 of the site does not deal with the designated facility, but to conduct. So the designated facility, as we were talking about, it's about definition, which we have indicated, and we have also shown them it is in section 118 of the Energy Act. Then part 1, preliminaries. That is what we are talking about, the accreditation. It was changed to licensed to make the regulation a bit easier, to use a much easier one, which is understood by everybody. I don't want to use the word common, because everybody is common depending on what you are using. But the one licensed, since it has been used before, we have adapted that instead of accredited. So, about Kenas designated facilities, the definition we have done on. So comment 7, facilities will be audited by independent certification body. You can see all that we changed from certification, accreditation to licensed. That one also applies to comment 8 and 9. We have said there is no, comment 9, there is no provision for publication of designated facilities in the Act, let alone definition. So what you say, designated facility is defined in the regulation. So whenever, if you see the work of the regulation is to try and operationalize the Act. So whenever there is a gap in the Act, you try to fill it, as long as it does not contravene the main aim of the Act. So we provided for the definition of the designated facilities. So all that 9 and to do with the standards 9, these sections covers more policy, more than policy, since it encompasses the entire energy management. 9 and 10 by IPEA, those are similar comments. And the element is, if you look at the whole regulation, it's talking about energy management. So we don't have to say purely you adhere to the energy management standards. Because if we say that, it's like we abandon the whole regulations. But the whole regulation covers about energy management, which is clearly covered. So that session was able to solve the issue of ISO 10501, 2011. In the regulation, it has been quoted, ISO 5001, it has been quoted as a formative, as an device, and also some parts have been incorporated in the regulations. 11, tenants, no provision for publication of designated facilities in the Act, let alone. As I have said, if it's not provided by the Act and it does not, the regulation is supposed to introduce something which will make sure that the Act is well implemented as long as it does not contravene. So that one, you have put it in the definition. Comment 13, section part 2, section 7. This section, in this section, there is no need to talk about qualification of energy manager and continuous development of energy to ensure. There is need to talk about qualification of the energy manager and the continuous competency. So as we have said, as Phoenix said, for your license to be renewed, you need to do continual improvement and what in your competency. That one has well been catered for. So that is in the 7th schedule. We have stated what you should do. Once you have been given a license, it is not automatically to be renewed. You have to show that you have been doing energy audits and so on. So that one has been catered for. KENAS 14, the use of term accreditation. So changed to licensed. So energy audits, part 3, section 8.2, that is comment 15. Provide for consistent terminology. As you have seen, that is to do with accreditation, which you have said changed to licensed. Also applies to 16, comment 16, and the comment 17. Comment 17 talking about what does approval or rejection mean to the owner and potentially certified or accredited. There is no provision, there is no proposal submitted, and discussion is required. So what we mean approval or rejection, that one has to do with the energy audit, and it is obvious. If the energy audit does not meet the requirements, it's going to be rejected. If it meets, it's going to be approved. And all that is going to be communicated to all the relevant persons, the energy auditor and the facility. '18 and 17 are similar. That is, one was from KENAS, the other one from IPEA. So it has been solved. Comment 19, statement is too open, requires more guidance. Provide a situation where, so that one has been edited. And we are saying that one is procedural of what the authority has done. We have edited that one to make it more specific. So the authority is already indicated that they will notify the facility owner after the audit report is, because the audit report is the property of the facility. So once we get the audit report, it's supposed to be sent. That one has already been captured well in the regulation. Both the audit report and the implementation report should be reviewed by a certified energy manager. As certified energy manager professional to ensure of quality. The owner of the designated facility shall submit to the authority an annual implementation report. So the proposal was, the annual implementation report of the energy management plan should be reviewed by a certified energy manager. It has been clearly put, audit reports and implementation reports submitted to the authority are reviewed by. That one, it has been well captured in the regulations, because energy audits, implementation reports, all of them are supposed to be done by licensed personnel, licensed energy auditors, and the facilities now are required to have certified energy managers who are licensed, so all of them will be reviewed as so. On IPEA 21, on part section 11.1, is talking about measurements and verification and the qualification. If you look at the regulations, we have already talked about measurements and verification professionals, EMPV. We have talked clearly that he should be, first, he should be an energy auditor, then he must do a specific course, training on measurements and verification, and be certified by an accredited body. 22, certified energy manager and or professional accredited should be able to carry out measurements and verification on a post-energy audit. That one has been catered for because you have seen from the requirements of the regulations, the specific qualifications have been set up. Comment 23 on performance indicators. So it's trying to ask the authority should clearly state the parameters which should be used to establish what is called the best practice, and at times best practice have ended up being negative. Therefore, the authority should publish the procedures. It's good because already we have standards on measurements and verification, which are been quoted in, I think, Schedule 6. Schedule 6 has stated all the standards. So on the issue of benchmark on measurements and verification has been clearly done because we are now putting the ISO KS ISO standards on measurements and verification of facilities. So at the same time, the authority is going to be carrying studies regularly, which has been clearly indicated in the regulations, to set benchmarks on the consumption, on what one should achieve. Part 24 is talking about the standards, which you have already incorporated in the regulations. And most of you, probably you might be asking about the standards. When doing the regulations, you need to ensure that you have a reference, what you are talking about. What do you want to enforce? And the development of standards is a rigorous process, which sometimes takes even more than 3 years to establish, done by professionals to establish. So the authority, through the regulation, is trying to adapt the standards which are there so that you can have quality energy audits. That's why you find that in these regulations, the issue of complying with the standards has been well emphasized. 25, accreditation of, that one is similar to what we had about KENAS, which has been taken care of. And IPA was talking of trying to distinguish between energy managers, energy auditors, and measurements and verification professionals. Those categories have been clearly put in the regulations. It is important to separate. The separation of energy auditors and the measurements and verification has been done. That is 25 and 26. 27 has to do with the name accreditation, which has already been done. We are using the word license this time for easier understanding. Address accreditation to replace licensing. That one we have done. 29, that has to do with the same accreditation or change to licensing, all that, that one, that two. That one has to do with the accreditation. Those are the comments we received even before, because we had what we call a zero draft. Before we gazette the regulations, we had circulated the draft, and those groups made those comments had been incorporated now before this draft Phoenix was put in. That one was, we have done that to show that we have taken care of the comments which were done before. Currently, we also have a comment on the KENAS which was sent on the same accreditation which you have taken care about. The other comments are from Nakuru County. I think you share them. And These are the comments they have sent after reading this draft now which we are discussing. Amezipata? Let's wait for the comments. That is, anybody with a comment or a question about the comments you have given? I'm saying before he says, I'm going to cousin. Yes, we have comments from Nakuru County. We have part 1 preliminaries. They are talking, we recommend that this section, that is section, part 1, section T, the word quash to replace revoke, and in any other section. I think in legal terms, that's a matter of language. Which you should consult our legal experts, and but in all the regulations you find that most of the times when you want to do away, if somebody has messed up with the license, you revoke the license, you don't quash. So part 2, classification of facilities, part 2, section 6A and B, to revert to quarterly instead of monthly. If you look at the regulations, that one has to do section 6A. If you look at section 6A, it's talking about the maintenance of energy data, which you have said the facility should maintain monthly. So on the Nakuru County, it's about Nakuru County Public Opinion Consultative Initiative. That is the organization which has sent these comments. Nakuru County Public Opinion Consultative Initiative. So we are in section, part 2, section 2, part 2, section 6A and B. That one has to do with the maintenance of energy and consumption data. They are saying we should do it quarterly instead of monthly, which is in the regulations, which you are free to contribute about. But the reason why it is monthly is people pay their energy bills monthly and not quarterly. So that is what informed the regulations in doing that. And most of the people pay their payments, do their payments, pay their people, procure materials, and most of the companies keep their production data every month. But for that, you are free to make comments. In section 81, part 3, we recommended 2 years instead of 4 years duration for energy audit. That is, in the previous regulations, it was 3 years. In these regulations, it's proposed 4 years. And there is always a reason for that. A study had been done, and we want a situation where the facilities are given enough time to implement their regulations. And mainly, that comment is touching on the facilities who can make more comments. The study was done, and it was found 4 years are better because of financial problems, planning, and so on. Section 9.5, be regulated only by official working hours, Monday to Friday. They are saying we should state that the authority should only visit those facilities from Monday, only on Monday and Friday between 10 and 3. I think even government, we don't work over the weekends. So nobody in the government is going to visit to our facility, that one, unless he has a search warrant. On the time 10 to 3, mainly before we visit any facilities, it has been indicated in the regulations, you have to notify the facility owner. So this one is an agreement. We don't do a regulation as we are bushing you. You are bushing who? You have to write to the facility. The facility responds and say, we are not ready this time, please come this time. So we cannot be so rigid to fix time. We tell them you must come on between this and this time. Probably there are some facilities which would like you to go at 8, others at 12, others at after 3. So we cannot be, because it has been indicated in the regulations, you have to notify the facility 14 days before you visit them. They are not criminals. Part 4, measurements and verification of energy management, performance and verification. That one, they fully support. And part 5 has also to do with performance indicators. We recommend section 14 provide 1 month grace period for implementation of remedial plans. We also propose at 15.5, the authority to do similar and maintain a register of 4 designated facilities without certificates. That one has already been catered for. Those with certificates will be published. So if you are not there, automatically by default you are. But sometimes you find you have more than 5,000 facilities. It becomes a bit difficult to put all of them in the website at the same time. In section part 6, section 3, we recommend competitive accreditation and 2 mandatory vetting of the authority. That one has been catered for. Before you are issued with a certificate, it's a very, very rigorous process. And the issue of competitive accreditation, the facilities are not competing among themselves to get those certificates. The same case when it comes to accreditation of energy auditors. The process is very rigorous. You have seen from the qualifications, and it's not about you competing with me who is going to be licensed first. It's about whether you have met the required qualifications. Transfer of accreditation certificate should be provided. You cannot transfer your license to anybody else. The other one is the issue of the word "cosh." And in section 25, we recommend use of delineation and the standard at least twice every year. I think they are talking about publishing of these energy auditors. I don't know which is better, to have them published in Nation twice a year and the standards, or having them in the website throughout. You can make comments on that, because energy auditors, even if you go to our website, now you can see them in the website. But if you are telling us to publish them, these days even newspapers are in the system. In section 29, we further recommend the inspection be regulated as above. Obviously, the inspections are regulated because there is a regulation. We recommend that fines and the sentencing as proposed to be reduced. This is in good intention in the view of present challenges posed by COVID pandemic. I don't know whether if COVID was to go, we will revert back to the same thing, but you are to say. And if you say they should be reduced by half, that one is subject to debate, and you are free to make comments about that if you find that Unfortunately, also the sentences are also in the act. At times there are things when doing regulations you are not supposed to do. You are supposed to come up with ways of implementing it, but it's also subject to debate on your comments. Part 9, Energy Tribunal. The regulations cannot dictate on how Energy Tribunal will be gazetted, appointed. That one is the mandate of another authority. Then part 10, Energy Management Regulations. We support the plan to repeal and gazette. Okay, that one is, we are very happy that you have people who are supporting the process to repeal the process. Then they have concluded, of which I don't have to read their conclusion. So this one is coming from Nakuru Public Opinion Consultative Initiative. So those are all the comments we received from various persons. The other one is from one person by name Lawrence Mangelele. You have it. Yeah, 6 comments. Yeah. The first comment by Mangelele is saying, Clause 6B, reward to read data on production, service, and occupancy levels. This will cater. So he is in fact saying we introduce the word service because in the regulations, the regulation is talking of data production and occupancy levels. That one is occupancy levels. That one is not a big deal because the only thing is how do you measure that service? But it's subject to debate. Clause 6D, some old plans may be designated but lack up-to-date building and infrastructure plans. This is based on my experience. The word floor and floor area where possible, up-to-date building and infrastructure plans. Unfortunately, no building which is supposed to be done in the country without approved plans, and all these plans you can easily get them from authorities, local authorities, and so on, but it's also subject to debate. The other comment is KS 5002-2014 is voluntary international standard. That has been domesticated by KEBS. Let us not make it mandatory. A copy of standard should be available to stakeholders so that they can appreciate the level of involvement. Then the recommendation is energy audits shall be conducted as per schedule. That regulation, in addition to certification. Just for information, standards are not mandatory as standards. They are voluntary. But if any authority or the government finds it's necessary to use that standards to enforce the quality of a certain product, they can have them gazetted as law, and then they become mandatory. But as standards themselves, they are not. So anything which is incorporated in the regulations becomes a law and it becomes mandatory. So we cannot, it's a bit difficult. We cannot say that these standards now are voluntary. So in this case, they must be mandatory because that's what we are doing now. We are using them, we are enforcing the requirements of those standards to ensure that everybody adheres with the minimum, like that. And I'll give, for example, with the lifts. We have standards for lifts. What, say like Nairobi Municipal or Public Works or Construction Authority does. Standards for lifts as lifts themselves are voluntary. But now when it comes to buildings, if it says the buildings should have, or the lifts should meet these standards, now in that context of the regulation, they become mandatory. That was point for information as you make the contribution towards these comments. Since recommendations, number 4, since the recommendation is to have energy audits at least once per every 4 years, it would be logical for the audited facilities to at least 50% of the recommendation of energy savings. I think that one has been really, it was in the previous regulations and it's also in these regulations. At least for you to even get a certificate, you must achieve 50%. That one has been catered for. Voluntary, number 5 has to do with the standards. I don't have to repeat on the issue of standards. I've already explained it. And number 6, general auditors will be trained on requirements of relevant standards based and be used and be issued with certificates. The training and certification to be done by accredited body organization. So we have talked of continual competence development. That one can be catered for in that, because we don't have to force people to be trained on standards which they understand and which they are using. But for continual improvement, that one will be one of the areas where you want the points. I think those were all the comments we received, and thanks for listening.
So, Eustace, thank you very much for the presentation of the comments that we had received in September 1st when we published the draft regulations for public comments. When we made announcement for this stakeholder workshop, we also called for further comments. Although the window for comments had closed, of course, the window closed from September, the time it was published for comments, and 40 days after that. The 40 days were ending on 7th of November, 2020. But for just comprehensive public participation, we allowed for further comments to be brought in. So we thank the Nakuru Public Consultative Forum, if I'm getting the name correctly, for sending us the comments. We thank IPEA for sending further comments. We thank Kenas for sending further comments. And we thank Engineer Lawrence Mangerere for sending comments, written comments. So I also want to thank in advance those who are going to give comments in this setting right now. So our modus operandi, we will first take comments from this floor, where we have our rapporteurs, my colleagues from EPRA, the communication team, will walk around with the microphone. Then we will get comments and we'll respond to the comments. And as I said, the way of operation is you will first stand. Yes, sir, shorter. So I'm getting a new way of doing it. That once the person on the floor talks, we'll be preparing the second person from a virtual attendance to give his opinion. The presentation will be in the following in the following manner. Of course, you'll say your name. It's important. We don't refer to you as a ndugu. So you'll state your name. You say where what you represent. you could be representing yourself, so you don't necessarily have to say you're representing an organization. Then you will pose your question, or you will give your comment, or you will seek your clarification. So it's not necessary that you're asking questions. You can also maybe do some reinforcement. That's the way we are going to go by it. And just maybe as a point of clarification, when you give comments, there are three things that happen. The first thing is the authority considers your comment. That's consideration. Then number two, after consideration, the authority may reject the comment and give reasons why it's rejecting the comment. Or it may adopt the comment in the regulations. So because you see, we appreciate the diversity of opinion of our stakeholders, and because we have many stakeholders, the opinions sometimes might clash. When one opinion clashes with another one, of course, because there's the interest of the majority and the interest of one or two people, the minority. So because of democracy, the interest of the majority or the common good of the Commonwealth of Kenya prevails. So as we give our opinions, probably that's one thing we might need to consider. Even the authority employees, some of them give opinions and they are not adopted. They are considered, but they are told, no, your opinion, Phoenix, is wrong. So you'll not take it. I think the same applies across board. So we will start. The first opinion, we'll give a microphone. Oh, we already have someone with a microphone there. So please, you say your name, then the organization, then you give your opinion, and we'll give you 2 minutes so that we can be succinct and precise. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Francis Nyagaka. I represent an organization known as Kenya Environmental and Waste Management Association, accredited to UNEP. My question, if not my suggestion, everything you have talked is good, but I haven't heard you talk of the environmental issues surrounding the energy providers, maybe using generators that sometimes might bring about air pollution. So my suggestion is that I would like you also include environmental auditors if they exist, because you already have energy auditors. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment on environmental considerations and audit. The question has been noted down. So we'll take the second question. Nixon, are we going online or here? Okay, fine. The second question, I saw there was a hand there. Yes, please.
Punja from Kibuja Electricals. Mine is just to comment on, there was a need to, first of all, to define the energy management, type of approaches in energy management, because we have need management and demand management. You should have also talked about the system approaches in energy management. We can also manage materials, not just the energy itself. The other issue is about standards. I heard the engineer Musonya saying you cannot come up with a standard. We have various types of standards, international, regional, and national. We also have body standards. If standards can give no less effects, can't they be valued? Another issue is that it seems the regulations are much more contractual than technical. It should take into account the technical approaches to bring about the solutions that you need, because in energy you have issues about supervisory control data acquisition. I think I can give a comment on that. They should be taken into account. Thank you.
So online? Okay, let's listen to one virtual contribution first, then we'll come back here. We have two more questions, of course, two more comments after this one. Nixon, is anyone talking? Online comment? There is no online comment right now? Okay, fine. We go here. That?
Okay. It is said that an audit will be done every 4 years. There are some companies, especially in flower industry, where they have contracts with the international buyers. And those international buyers, they will say that they will need an environmental audit and an energy audit every 2 years or so. Will the authority be able to accept an audit done after 2 years?
Okay, next. That's the fourth question, and then we'll take the fifth. I've seen your hand. Next will be the one. Yes.
Morning, everybody. My name is Jack Modomi. I come from Kiringa Hydropower Company. My concern is, even as we are trying to go through the regulations, energy audit is happening here on some companies, and it is being certified by not necessarily this standard that we are setting now. For instance, the UN bodies are doing it all over. And also the well-to-do companies, some have already started taking the energy audit. In recognition of this kind of good gesture, because probably they are doing it without guidance, or probably they are setting the standards, will there be an harmonization of what has happened before this regulation is enacted, so that probably they may not need to repeat the exercise, or those other bodies, probably like off-grid lighting organization, it's called Googler, and people like CLASP and all such that are already setting up these kind of audits. And will it be also a diligence done on all of them and who did them, so that either they are, I saw in this suggestion it's called quashed, not revoked. So either they are quashed or strengthened. Thank you, that's my concern.
Yes, the fifth. We will go the next. Let's get from him first.
Good morning, I'm Joseph Juguna from Energy Advisory. 3 quick comments. One of them is regarding quality audits. From the regulations, there seems to be no indication on the timeline that the audits have to be undertaken. If you look at, if an audit is submitted to the EPRA, it's, they have 30 days to revert back. But when you look at the issue of quality audit, it doesn't indicate the timeline that they have to do it, because they could do it maybe after 1 year or maybe 2 years, and probably that could have an impact. Then, look at Energy Act 2019, it seems that the county governments are really empowered to implement energy management regulations. But when you look at the regulations that we have been discussing, there is no mention. How is EPRA going to work with these county inspectors? Because the Act actually empowers the county governments to actually have county inspectors. So I don't want, maybe for industries, it might be unfair for them to have maybe Mr. Njero going there this month. Then after a week, we have a Mr. Njero from Nakuru County to do the same work. So maybe there has to be some harmonization on that. When you look at the issue of renewal fees, what we have are annual fees, but the licenses are supposed to be renewed after every 3 years. So if the annual fees, if I got it correctly, what we have is an annual fee. If you are to pay 1,000, then does it mean the renewal fee is 3,000? So that has to be clarified. Thank you very much.
Yes, I think we need to respond to the 5 questions first, before we pick a next batch of questions. We have a capable team here that would respond to the issues that have been raised. The first question, Eustace, you'll talk about the first question, please. You need a microphone.
Okay, the first question was on environmental energy audits providers and environmental audits, and the incorporation of environmental audits on this. I would be glad to know who asked this so that I can remember the name. The name? Francis? Nyalanga? Nyagaka. So, Francis, this regulation is on already existing facilities on the demand side, the facilities consuming energy. And it is obvious, for example, if it's a facility like this one, Salova Panafric, before it was built, an environmental audit had already been done, because you cannot be allowed to put in a facility, whether it is an energy or construction, road construction, power plant. So in our case, to give you a simple thing, if you want to put, for example, a power plant, you have to do an environmental impact assessment, an environmental audit before, and you must continue doing environmental audits on the facility as per the NEMA regulations. But that one is NEMA, and okay, we work in tandem. All the government bodies work in tandem, work in synergy to ensure on areas of common interest. For example, if it's energy projects, we must ask whether, we must tell you to the environmental health and safety issues and environmental impact assessments. I think that one is clear. Eh? That one is clear. Okay.
Maybe I'll add on what my colleague has said, because you mentioned specifically gensets. NEMA has a requirement where facilities do stack emission tests. I think it's annual. And there's even a way they're supposed to, there's a height where their stack is supposed to go before it works. So in the spirit of separation of duties, NEMA will look at the environmental emissions on how to deal with that. Then EPRA assists facilities in how to use energy in a better way to reduce the emissions.
Yes, my concerns are, as of now, there were buildings which were built even before NEMA was formed. Are you seeing? Now, there's this lack of power, if not energy. People are trying to put big generators at the top of the building. What impact can it have, or does it have, within the building? Because the building was not designed for such a heavy machine to be put on top. How about in case there's a small earthquake and the generator up there is very heavy? There's a spark of fire. That's a disaster. Now, is there anywhere where EPRA and NEMA is involved when putting that generator on top of the building? If not so, there are very big buildings around here in town. You find a big generator fixed somewhere that's very squeezed. And as my layman's understanding is that a generator needs a space where it can breathe, get air, so that it does not overheat and explode. All these, I don't know whether you are involved, plus NEMA. Thank you.
As you have indicated, there's separation of powers. On the issues of environmental issues, NEMA will take care of that. On the issues of energy issues, EPLA takes care of that. But there are issues, there are energy issues where EPLA cannot authorize you to continue unless you have certification from NEMA. So we are involved on all those. If it's about putting a building in the generator at the top of the building, the structural engineer, the council, the authorities involved in structural engineering must give us a report that the building, the integrity of the building can be able to handle that. So we cannot allow that unless we have all those reports. The other one was on the definition, energy management definition, the need and the demand. Who asked the question?
Kibunja Electricals.
Kibunja Electricals. Where is he? Is there. Can you repeat a bit?
Eustace, I can clarify for you.
Okay.
Okay.
It was about energy management, its definition, types of energy management, and their approaches, because energy management is just a very wide subject.
Oh, yeah, that one is, if you look at the regulations, as I said before, we have said the regulations it is taking care of is incorporating the energy management standards. And all those definitions are in the energy management standards. That's 5001. All of them are there. So we don't have to redefine them, and yet they are in the standards. And we have said for your energy management project, you must comply with those standards. Is that clear? The standards has defined all that.
Then
The other one,
Kibunja said the regulations are also not technical. They seem to be just giving some guidelines. So probably you could also respond to that.
oh, the regulations are supposed to handle both the technical and the guidelines. And the standards, we have the energy management standards, we have measurements and verification standards, we have, if you look at the Schedule 6, it is talking about standards. You also have auditing of even different facilities like lifts and different facilities. So the technical issues have been taken well care of in the standards. That's why we have put them there, and we are enforcing those standards. Is that clear? Yeah. So standards, who talked about standards, value of standard, contractual standards?
Same, eh?
You are the same, eh?
Mm-hmm.
But we have taken care of that.
Then, Nixon, could you please take us through the question posed by Bill Mundia about the flower farms?
Thank you. Very fast, I think for the flower farms, the debate of when one should be able to take audits and what time is sufficient for them to implement the recommendations has been there since when we started the regulatory impact study. We had proposed to have it for 5 years. Other people said it's very long. We said we have it for 2 years. Others said it's very short. We make a compromise, and that's why in the current draft we have proposed 4 years. So specifically for the facilities that do audits every 2 years, the audits are still acceptable. So what we are providing is like what is mandatory for someone to comply. But if you do even annually and implement the recommendations annually, the audit reports will still be accepted by the authority. I think in the same spirit, I will want to respond to the question that was asked by the representative from Kirinyaga Hydro Power Company, where he was asking whether audits that have been done by companies like UN, Gogla, CLASP will be accepted by us. Just to mention, as we said at the beginning of the presentation, the regulations have been in place since 2012. And in our remarks, we said we have received 2,100 audit reports so far. So basically it means the auditing exercise has been going on. So if someone has conducted an audit and the audit meets the requirements of the regulations, the audit will be accepted. And just to give you comfort, we have shared these regulations with the development partners and the NGOs, where Google CLASP is included, and they have given us comments on the same regulations. We have even received from World Bank a few of the comments that we have incorporated in the draft. So be rest assured that we have taken into account what is going on currently. The other one was coordination with the county governments. For sure, that is a pertinent question, and is something that I think we should look at further. But as we were coming up with this draft, we did engage with the county governments through the Council of Governors. And even in the board EPRA, we have a representative from the Council of Governors. So the assumption is, as we churn out these regulations, they are supposed to give us input actively and how we are going to collaborate. But I think, provided the comment that you have received, we'll go further and still have a further engagement in terms of enforcement, because the way the comments we had received so far are on the content of the report, of the regulations, but we didn't receive any interest from any of our counties wanting to be involved in the implementation of the energy management regulations. So I think it's something also that we'll have to look at, even as we plan to gazette the regulations. On the renewal fees, this is based on the experience we have had with other regulations, and even when you are doing our driving licenses, you would realize that someone would say, I do not have sufficient funds to renew my license for a period of 3 years. So if the renewal fee, for example, for 3 years is 3,000, and someone can't afford that, then we'll be limiting them from being able to practice. So that's why in the regulation, we have introduced an annual fees, where as much as the Energy Act is talking about having a license valid for 3 years, we are giving a leeway where the end user, that is the licensee, can choose to renew his license or a license for a period of 3 years or 1 year. The same way we do for the driving licenses. For the passports, you ask for the number of pages you want, just to have some form of flexibility. So you can choose to pay for 3 years and will be given a license for a period of 3 years. You can choose to pay for 1 year and will be given a license for a period of 1 year.
Thank you very much, Nixon, for that. On the issue of county governments, Njuguna, maybe I'll also add, when you look at the act is specific on where the county governments are coming in, and they were saying they are doing inspections for appliance, for MEPS. I think there's that specificity. Then apart from that MEPS, they are also talking about in collaboration or in consultation with the authority, EPRA. Then when you look at the regulation, it's talking about the authority or its agent. So in this context, the agent becomes the county government, which they should not go to Njeru of Kakamega County and Njeru of EPRA should not go to the same facility to do the same kind of work, because one is the agent of the other. And if the county government has to do any of implementation or enforcement, it has to be in consultation first with the EPRA. I think the act is a bit clear on that. So if they draw from the act, then the regulation, it talks about the agent, and that one specifically is on enforcement of MEPS when they are checking appliances in those shops or facilities. So I don't know if you are ready for the virtual questions. Osia, Nixon? Any virtual contribution? Not yet? Okay, fine. So, the Reverend told me he wants to come and stand here and give his comments. So come and give your comments, please. I will give you the stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Fenwick. I said I would want to come here because I also represent the Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya, and we had time to give our contribution. It's also good to note that the civil society organization is in support of Sustainable Development Goal number 7, and we are aware that this is going to support for power to be affordable. But well, we might have gone through the document too much, but where you started on saying that we had gone through the act and noted that there are a few areas where we need clarification, but you've pointed out. I really hope when you are doing the regulations, you had gone through the act, because the act from part 8, from Act number 187 to 201 talks about energy conservation and efficiency. So I'll not dwell on that. The point number 1, we are not saying that we want your consideration, actually. We are not looking for any change, or we are not proposing a change. It's just for you to look at it and check whether it needs some more clarification. That on energy management policy, that is number 5, subsection 2, that the authority shall review the energy management policy and communicate its decisions to the facility owner within 30 days. So we wanted a clarification whether that is calendar days or working days. It's good so that when we start applying the law, we are leaving a loophole. And then on maintenance of data by the designated facility, on number 6, 1C, we found that energy consuming equipments and machines and their ratings should be kept by the facility. We are trying to look at how that is going to be practical, because even when some of the energy auditors are doing audits, you might not be able to take all the ratings for the facilities. And then consider also that there is regular patches and removal or retrofits, which might affect the data credibility. So might be you'll consider to what extent or what percentage of the rating should be correct, because all equipments might not be having the same rating for the whole year. And then on the owner of the designated facility shall submit data in regulation 6.1 for every financial year before 30th June of the following year in a manner prescribed by the authority. We were trying to wonder, can this be done during the implementation report? Because some of those companies will be having a contract with either the energy auditors or energy auditing companies. Can they be presenting for them? And will you take an implementation report as also having taken care of that particular task? And then you also need to come out clear on whether on designated energy, designated facility to have an energy manager. On 7.1, you need to also inform whether this can be outsourced, because in some facilities, it can be an expensive venture for them to get an accredited energy manager, especially if it is hotels or something like that. You need to specify whether it can be outsourced, and maybe at what cost, or just for you, for your consideration. Number 5 is that we are on submission of reports to the authority, and we are on a 9 sub 4, that the authority may subject an energy audit report to verification by conducting a quality control energy audit after giving a minimum of 7 days notice. Based on the audits that might be conducted, and in view of the fact that these energy audits are being scrutinized by the same energy officers in EPRA, we thought that maybe perhaps you might also try to involve energy auditors to perhaps carry out these verification audits or the quality control audits. Perhaps because we have also seen that sometimes the energy officers are out for about a week or so, trying to follow up on these audits. We got the clarification on who the agents are, just on 9.5. Those are the county government agents. We were trying to wonder who they are. The 7th one is that on consumption beyond acceptable limits, 14.1A, a detailed remedial plan of action to reduce energy consumption to acceptable levels to be done by a facility that has been seen that require something to be done in case they are consuming energy above the benchmark established under Regulation 12. Now, it is not specified that they are supposed to do a remedial plan of action within what time, and so they might still keep on saying that we are trying to do that. We need to be clear because our consumers will still be within the law when they give you a feedback that they are aware of that and they are doing something. 8, you talked of 14.1B, that such remedial plan may include purchase of energy saving certificates or equivalent energy efficiency scheme as set out in Schedule 7. Now, we were trying to wonder who will regulate that market or that purchase. Can we have a broker somewhere selling savings or something like that? So we were trying to, we know, of course, they are supposed to do application to the authority, but also will you allow for people who have so many, you may have stock of savings and you can sell to people. Then 9, you are saying there are certificates on energy savings certificates. Number 3B, you will issue certificates, green certificates and all that for the people who will have saved 50% of the identified savings. And we are trying to wonder, the savings will be based on the auditor. Now, is there likely to be some auditors who will give a walkover? Or you just give out some few implementations where you're just supposed to save like 50 kilowatt hours. And so if you save 25, you will have passed. And similar facilities might be told you need to save about 50,000 kilowatt hours. How fair will that be? And how are you going to regulate that? On the 10th one is on the same of energy saving certificate. 5, the designated facilities which fail to meet 50% of the savings as per the regulations 10.2 shall be required to purchase credits from facilities with certificates provided in Regulation 15.4. Now, we were trying to wonder, if you have excess, can you store them? Because if you are supposed to just maybe save 500 kilowatt hours and you have saved 800, can you save them for future until at one point you have too much that you can say, I can't do an energy audit because I still have in store the savings? So now, and are those credits going to expire? Perhaps you define whether, even if you had saved 2,000 in excess, they will only be valid for some time, because you also can do an audit but not save anything because you had in store. So perhaps you need to clarify that. On 11, that is 5, that is on number 7, who will direct on who has the available credit? Or you are allowed to advertise that in store, I have 20,000 kilowatt hours I have saved, I am selling at this price. So who will direct? And of course, I know you will be keeping the records of the savings. Will it be accessible to those people who need to buy them? Is it possible not to do any energy audit, but just keep on buying those credits? Yeah. Then 12, we've seen that the authority shall maintain a register of all designated facilities issued with energy saving certificates. That looks like it's a good move, but you may also need to keep records of the facilities who have actually qualified to conduct an energy audit, but they are not doing so because from the previous regulations, I think we had 4,000 or above 4,000. Right now, I have also gone through the Energy Act, and we've seen there is a likelihood of the facilities going above that. Now, but you are also saying you only had 2,100 energy audits submitted. That is ever since 2012, I guess. Now, if in 10 years, or almost 10 years, you are not able to even achieve one, and I am sure some have been counted twice, because there are companies who did audits 3 times. Maybe they have been counted thrice within the 2,100. So what are the things that you are going to ensure or to take into account so that you also have all these facilities conduct audit within the 4 years? We are trying to think it's only if you gazette or you try to come up with something like a list of shame or something. Yeah. Number 13, we are on the category of auditors. We saw there are 3 types of auditors. But based on how you have licensed, there is nowhere in the regulations which has stipulated on the kind of, or the class of audits Sarova Pan-Africa is supposed to conduct. So it might go by what the class of auditor says. If I have an auditor EA2, and Sarova is qualified to do EA1, and I will just sell what I can offer. So perhaps you need to guide so that we don't have auditors marketing different things to clients who might be directed to the wrong category of audit. In the previous regulations, I think it is the auditor also who was deciding, even if you are Mbamburi Cement, you can do general comprehensive, yet you maybe need to do an investment grade, of which those 2 audits, one is cheaper, and so you might decide to do the cheaper one. I think almost the last one, number 14, is we saw that EMVP, we are now on licensing of the companies. We are on number 18 and B, that EMVP can design, finance, or procure and all that. But we were asking, if you are an energy audit company, which is an ESCO, can you do an audit and then do the design, and then you are the same one trying to confirm the savings? Is there likely to be a conflict of interest where you present more savings than is actually there? So that, because that is where your payment is based on. You may need to check that. Then there is other offenses and fines. That is 31. B, that there is providing inaccurate or incomplete information to the authority, which is going to be 5,000 per incident, which you may wonder, is it knowingly or unknowingly? You need to be very keen on whether, because someone can say, I didn't know that is the wrong information. And then lastly, failure to audit or submit an audit report within the stipulated time is going to be 2 million. Does it matter how long? Because for those people who have never done it ever since 2010, will they be charged the same amount if they have, with another one who has only gotten late by about 2 months? So those are the issues that we thought maybe you need to consider. We are not saying we need your feedback, but just to bring you to that particular point for you to check whether you did your homework well. Thank you very much.
So, Isaac Dereva, thank you very much, engineer, for that detailed tooth comb analysis of the regulation. Eustace has been taking notes as we've been raising your issues. There are those you've raised when Eustace was away. So I will respond to the last one of EMVP, where we are talking about an ESCO. If you look at how ESCOs work where they are developed, in the jurisdictions where they're developed, an ESCO can take a whole hog from doing the audit, then determining the savings, then procuring, then designing actually, then procuring, then financing, then implementing, and then determining even the savings. that depends on the trust you have between the facility and the ESCO. For example, I know there are facilities you have established a very good relationship with. So you can tell them, we are going to do this, and we are going to establish the savings with you. Of course, when you're doing that, establishing those savings, you're going to do with an energy manager of the facility. We are going to license the energy manager, and those are some of the things they're going to be trained in terms of establishing if savings have been achieved or not. So it's possible, yes, you could still do from, they say, from cradle to grave, from the beginning to the end. You can decide as per your contract to bring in an independent person to verify the savings if you want. But remember what we said 2 days ago. Make a promise, trouble is nigh. So if you are an auditor and you promise an ESCO, and you promise a facility is going to save this much, and then they don't save, and of course you'll have written a contract with them, and that contract is binding. So those will bring you liability issues and litigation. On the issue of, you talked about fines. When we gazette the regulation, of course, we'll start, because that's when the fines have started being implemented, the instantaneous fine and all that. So it will be a cycle of 4 years. After every 4 years, when you don't do the audit, you are fined. After the next 4 years, if you don't do the audit, you are fined that much as it goes. I'll invite Eustace to, because he's been writing down your questions, to respond to them.
Isaac, thanks very much for that. And as you know, these are your regulations now. And the first question was to do with the 30 days policy, working days or calendar days. The government deals with working days. That one is clear? The other one is machine ratings. The other one is the facility has to keep the record of the machine ratings. That one is, nobody can say you cannot do that. That's from now. If you had bought machines which you don't know the ratings, there's no problem. You can do some measurements and they know the ratings. But you must keep a stock of all the machines, all the equipment in the facility with their ratings. And it's not something very difficult. That one is a must this time for all the facilities. The other one is financial year. The financial year, if you look at the energy management standards, energy audit standards, they talk of your cycle of operation. So every facility is going to define its financial year. That one is not dictated by the commission. Once you define your financial year, that is how we are going to be judging you. So the other one is energy manager employment or outsourced. The word is employment. There are many ways you can, there are those who are employed permanent and pensionable, permanent on contract, casual basis. As long as you prove this guy is engaged with you to do all the requirements of the energy manager, that one is around. You can outsource as long as it's that, but he has to be on employment. You have to come and ask the HR, is this guy in the list of employees? Employees can be casual, can be permanent, can be contract. Then quality control of energy audits. Can you be clear on that?
Yeah, we're trying to say in case there's too much work for the auditors. Sometimes the auditors do that.
If we find that it's too much work for the authority, it means the economy is growing and the authority is capable of employing more officers. So that's a good thing. We want a lot of work. Because a lot of work means the economy. So you have so many vehicles, it means so many petrol attendants, so many traffic policemen, so many drivers, and so on. So that one, the authority will be in a position. Because the number of facilities means more energy consumption, means more production, means more people employed. And we know where we can get our money from. It's from the levies. So if you consume more energy, it means you have more money. So the authority will be able of employing. I remember when we started in 2013, there was then only one energy efficiency officer. Now there are 3.
Yeah, and maybe to add to that, there is an aspect of agents in the regulation. So not necessarily that we'll employ more. Like in the petroleum subsector, inspection of petrol stations, we use appointed agents. So if the control audits become significant, of course, then we'll go through the normal procurement process to bring on board agents to assist the authority in enforcement or control audits. However, maybe it might come with another flip side where you might not be able to do the audits because you'll not be doing the audits and doing the quality control on yourself.
So the other was the regulation of the energy trading schemes. The trading scheme is, if you look at it, and that is why we have licensed measurements and verification professionals, it's a rigorous process. For you you have to prove you have saved, and the commission has to certify that. So at the end of it all, it's like the carbon credits. You have to prove that you have saved CO2. So even for us, so it starts from the energy audit, implementation, and the real savings which have been certified by measurements and verification professional. So you are going to have your own measurements and verification professional in the facility certifying that, and the commission also verifying that. So it's not an event, it's a process, because you have to show us, we did energy audit this, we did these savings and so on. The other one is in the case of somebody trying to do a few energy audits, few implementation. So fewer implementation project means fewer savings. So you won't have anything to sell. Can you get that? So that one is natural, because if you want to have more to sell, and remember it is, the selling will be kilowatt for kilowatt. So if you have a deficit of 10 kilowatts, and I have excess 10 kilowatts, and I have 20 kilowatts, I'll sell you 10 kilowatts. So that verification has to be there. Issuance of certificates. What exactly was it about? Because before you are issued with your certificate, it is in the issuance of the certificate you are verifying whether you have saved or not through the measurements and verification process. And the good thing about doing these regulations these times, we have standards. When the other regulations were being done on 2012, the energy management standards, energy audit standards, measurements and verification standards were not there. So we had a bit of problem. That's why it didn't cover all those. That's why we had to do a study to see the gaps, and we have seen. Now that we have standards, it's even very easy to do measurements and verification. Even when we started doing the regulations, there was nobody who was certified in Kenya as a measurements and verification professional. Then the storage of credits. You can, all these credits should be within the cycle of the energy audit process, 4 years. So they don't have an infinite life. Because you can even, I can even start a facility, accumulate credit, then close, and say I had a facility, so I'm selling no. It has to be within the cycle of the energy audit. If you look at the regulations, clearly it says those savings, those credits will be counted within there, and the punishment will also come within the period of 4 years. How to ensure our facilities conduct energy audit? We have a way of getting the data of all the facilities which are consuming energy audits from the Kenya Power, and so on. That one is very good for us. That's what we are going to use from the energy suppliers. We get the facilities doing the energy audit, ensuring that all energy that one is debatable, is like ensuring that all Kenyans follow the law. But as much as possible, we are going to use the data which is very available in Kenya Power on the number of audits to be done. Categories of energy auditors, types of energy. Can you clarify on that?
Yeah, you might find an energy auditor who is class T trying to push a big plant to do category.
You see, in the first place, you cannot push that, because before you see category A, let me use like the current category is A. That's an investment grade. It is your energy audit which detects the kind of work which is going to be done after that. If you find that there is nothing like trying to push somebody to do category B or category A, because you find category, the comprehensive energy audits and investment grade energy audits, there's a very big difference, because the investment grade audit has already given the owner all the details of how he can invest in the energy savings project. He has even gone further to show him how he can acquire loans and all. He has given him the designs and so on. So you cannot push as a general auditor for somebody to do investment grade and you have not done the analysis.
Eustace,
It's a bit
probably
difficult.
I'll also add on that. Maybe I would say gone are the days you would go to the facility and mislead them on the audit they're supposed to do, because we will now be licensing an energy manager who will be a semi-energy auditor, or will even be an energy auditor, who will now be knowing what a facility needs. So he will be discussing with the energy committee, or if they agree they need an IG, they'll be doing an IG. If they agree they need the GA, they'll be doing the GA. But there will be a competent person now in the facilities to be assisting to provide the balance of power between the auditor's knowledge and the knowledge of the facility. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. And that's one of the gaps which was identified, why people are not implementing, is because there is lack of knowledge and understanding of the energy efficiency process. That's why we are introducing the issue of the energy manager in the facility. So in fact, it will be very difficult for energy auditors these days to bring or to produce a fake or an incompetent report, because the energy manager has to read it and certify it. So conflict of interest, audit and verification. I think you sorted that. Inaccurate information, knowingly or unknowingly. Okay, the first one is we use the rule of natural justice that ignorance is no defense. So you cannot say you didn't know. So you cannot say you didn't know that killing somebody is a crime. If it's a crime, you should know. So the inaccurate report is, if you verify and they say, you said you consume 2,000 kilowatts, and ideally you are consuming 10,000. How didn't you know? Is it that you didn't know how to read the meter, or what? And now with even the energy manager in the facility, that one is a story of another day.
Actually, Eustace, just to add on that, on the issue of the data, you see, this data has to be signed off by whoever is submitting it to the authority. And you know, there's a declaration you always make, that I, Engineer Isaac Ndereva, do say this report is to the best of my knowledge, accuracy and all that. So you see, once you're verifying that, it means you're verifying the accuracy and its ownership. Once you own the report, then it's supposed to be accurate. And the reason for that, because you see, energy planning relies a lot on data, and that's why you might wonder why there are fines there. You give the wrong data on the population of the country, you affect everything, including budgeting. So the same thing, give the wrong data in terms of energy, and someone is doing energy planning, then we think our consumption has really gone low because someone has misreported. Then whoever is planning even for what my colleagues here call LCPDP, they plan for lesser power. Then you go back to the year 1999 and 2000. So you see the ramifications for that. That's why it's important. And the fines are supposed to be deterrent. So no one wants to arrest anyone for giving wrong information, but it's supposed to make you be really afraid of sending the wrong thing because it's going to affect the whole country. It's not just writing down and sending it there.
And again, to add on what you're saying, you have seen the requirement of giving the inventory of all your equipment and their ratings. So you can easily know approximately, even from the desk, if you tell me you have 20 machines, ratings, this one is 20 kilowatts, this one is this, and they run approximately for this number of hours, when I come to that facility, I don't expect something around that position. And remember, in your process, you are supposed to give data about your equipment, running hours, and the production. So that one is very easy to show the amount of energy consumed. Have I exhausted your questions? No, they required an answer as a matter of openness for the purpose of the rest. Yeah, and it was very good asking those questions.
Thank you, Eustace, and thank you, Engineer Isaac Dereva, for opening up the eyes of most participants for this. Engineer Bill, before you, maybe you want to contribute to what Dereva said? A new one. If it's a new comment, we'd respectfully ask Nixon to present some of the online comments because of our audience might think we have ignored them. After that, the rapporteur, please, we think about Bill and others. Yes. Now, we have someone online who wants to make a contribution, so we listen to that first, and then we got Nixon to read the other comments. We have someone online who wants to make a contribution, so we listen to that first, then we got Nixon to read the other comments.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Susan.
Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to thank EPRA for arranging this forum and allowing us to submit a second set of comments. I am speaking on behalf of Kenya Accreditation Service. We did our comments in written submission, but it doesn't hurt to share it on plenary with everybody else. So I want to start by appreciating that the comments we made in the first round have been considered. Some of them, of course, to our satisfaction. Some we are not too happy with. Some we can live with. But what I want to present here comments that we would want request for consideration again, if there's room. Nevertheless, we understand that as a regulator, there's only so far and so much that you can accommodate in a regulation. So I start off with part 1.3b, and that is the definition for which we have given an accredited institution. Our request would be that we include accreditation body in there, because the reason why we are saying that is there are a number of state agencies as well as regulators who use the word accreditation. The context in which they use it as accreditation means something else different from how we apply it in the conformity assessment space. So that's purely for consideration by the regulator. But where the rubber meets the road is while we made comments on accreditation, certification, and licensing and how it's been interchangeably applied in the regulation, you saw it fit to remove accreditation as well as certification and stick to the word licensed. We have a problem with that. And we think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that when we use the word licensed, the certification component or the accreditation component is a precursor to the licensing. And so on that basis, we would request that you reconsider the definitions for energy auditor, as well as energy audit firm, and by including this, or rather rephrasing that definition as follows, that an energy auditor means a person certified by an accredited certification body and licensed by the authority to undertake audits. And in the same context, provide for the audit firm as an audit firm means a corporate entity accredited as a certification body, because we believe if the audit firm is going to carry out audits, then they will be presenting either certificates or reports to the and a report to the regulator on that basis. So they would then become a certification body in context. If that is agreeable, well and good. If not, then let's look at other options for that definition. Just let's not leave it as licensed, as it's provided for in the regulation. Let's align to what international best practice provides. The other comment is, is on part 2, and this goes 5, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the concern we have here is that if the facilities are being audited by independent, either certification bodies, in this case audit firms, or a certified person, in this case being an energy auditor, then wouldn't that suffice for a regulator to use the reports that come out of these persons or these certified entities, or licensed, so to speak, as we would provide it in the regulation? The way we are reading those parts is, it reads that the regulator shall review policies that come from and on that basis, either provide input. What is the role of this auditor? What is the role of this auditing firm? If they are not picking that out during their audits, and they are not able, if they are supposed to provide recommendations, then how then does the regulator come in to do that work? Does it mean that the regulator does not have comfort in the energy auditors or the energy audit firms for them to go into the entities to look at their policies and provide direction? So that's a question that we are posing. And so 5.1, our proposal is that the owner of a designated facility shall develop an energy management policy and system for the facility, because the regulation focuses more on the policy. We believe that if there's a system in place, it drives the tenets of that policy. So on that basis, we still provide the initial remarks we had provided for, include the energy system, management system in that section. And then on the second bit, that an energy management policy and system under these regulations shall be in accordance with the standard that you have provided and shall fulfill the minimum requirements for Schedule 1. We struggled a lot when we were asking ourselves if we are making reference to a guidance document, which is ISO 50004, and then we've gone in ahead and provided Schedule 1. Aren't we duplicating works? Do we want to provide a minimum in Schedule 1 and on that basis not make reference to the guidance document? Or do we want to provide reference to the guidance document and on that basis then do away with Schedule 1? And then on 5.3, we've stated that the energy management policy and system shall be reviewed periodically during audits conducted by an accredited certification body, which is the audit firm in this case, in accordance with ISO 50001, or licensed by the authority, and the status of implementation provided to the authority. Let's recognize the competence of these firms. Let's recognize the competence of the auditors in that case, if we are using the certification arm, and let's rely on the results, because then as a regulator, you play the role of either accepting or not accepting, of course, with basis, and not play in the same space that the audit firms and the auditors are playing. We find that providing a conflict of interest. And then so on that basis, that we actually have a concern with how Part 5 has been worded. The wording, if we agree to the definition of the energy auditor and the energy audit firm, the wording that we have proposed can be changed back to licensed, because on that basis, the licensing component will still fall in there. Okay, then move on to Part 3 and 8.2. 8.2, it still goes back to the definition component. If we agree on the upfront definition, then that statement would not hold, because it just provides for licensed certified energy auditor or licensed accredited energy audit firm or energy service company if it plays in that space. Then Part 3.9, it's the same as what we had in Part 5 regarding the role played by each person or each entity in this space. Because this area provides for approval or rejection, So we are requesting that you reconsider the role of the regulator, the licensed certified auditor, and the licensed accredited firm in the context of just making sure each and every person are clear on what they can and they cannot do. We do appreciate that quality control has to be done by the regulator, but not in essence in terms of in each and every audit accepting or rejecting what is provided. There needs to be a mechanism in how that quality control can be applied. Then Part 394, we've stated that this statement is too open and requires more guidance, considering that this is a regulation, because this provides for, I just want to pick it up so that I'm making reference to the right thing. Just 1 minute.
So Susan, maybe
9.4 says the authority may subject. Sorry.
Susan, maybe you could respond to what you have raised, because we have the written memoranda. Then so that we give the other participants also time to contribute. If that's fine.
So Nixon, you will come and maybe lead us in responding to that before we can pick other comments from the stakeholders.
Thank you, Phoenix. I think before I go there, I will read a few questions that we had online so that we don't lose them out. The first one was coming from Bernard Otundo, and he's asking why we need to license energy managers. Bernard, from what came out from the regulatory impact study that we had in 2019, 2020, one of the biggest gaps that we had was that the facilities are not able to implement the recommendations of energy auditing because they don't understand the measures that have been proposed and the energy management programs within their facility. So we felt that it's better that we have a minimum threshold of licensing the persons who are handling these aspects. And also to bring it to your attention, we are looking at people or facilities that are consuming, like in the current designation, more than 180,000 units every year. So these are people or facilities that are consuming significant energy consumption, and in this case, they are able to upgrade the skills of their maintenance managers to be able to undertake the licensing program. So if you look at the qualifications, we are starting at least as a diploma in electrical engineering or in a technical field. So we are not requiring the facilities to employ a new person, but upgrade the skills of the person that they have so that they're able to manage energy management issues within their facility. And also the Energy Act of 2019, Section 198, does provide for licensing of energy managers. So these regulations are just coming in to implement what is already provided for in the regulation. The other issue that you wanted to address very quickly, there's someone who was asking, I think the representative from Nakuru County Public Opinion Consultative Initiative. He was trying to talk about the aspect of the Energy Tribunal. So the regulations refer to the Energy Tribunal as a conflict resolution mechanism. It doesn't create the Energy Tribunal. The Energy Tribunal has been created from the Energy Act. So if we have to do away with the Energy Tribunal is to amend the parent act. So the way the current process is, in case there is a challenge in the energy sector, someone could raise it with the regulator. If the regulator is not able to solve, the conflict will be taken to the Energy Tribunal. If the Energy Tribunal is not able to resolve, then the person is able to pick up the issue through the judicial process. So the regulation in this case is not creating the tribunal, but enforcing what is provided for in the current Energy Act. Then the next aspect would be on licensing and certification and accreditation. Thank you, Susan, for the comprehensive review and the suggestions that you have provided in line with what we are supposed to do on aspects of accreditation, certification, and licensing. Personally, I think when we met first, I would mention it took me a lot of time to understand exactly what Susan was explaining and where they were coming from as Kenners. And I will take 2 minutes just to break it down in terms of what we interpreted from their submissions, and then of course ask the members who are here physically and the ones who are online to contribute to this aspect. And as a regulator, maybe to give a basis of how we do develop regulations, we start with a problem. So regulations are meant to solve a problem. So if, like in this draft, in this review of regulations, we have had regulations since 2012. Before we recommended for amendments, we conducted a regulatory impact study. So the study was supposed to assist us identify the problems in the industry. And it's based on these problems that we have developed the draft regulation that we are having. And of course, with all due respect, we are ISO certified, 9001 of 2015, and we do understand the process of having, for example, an accreditation body accredit a third party. So in this case, we know, for instance, KEBS is accredited to provide certification on ISO 9001 of 2015, or SGS. I know SGS is also accredited, Bureau Veritas, and all the other bodies. So the certification body will then seek to audit a facility or to audit a body, for example, EPRA, on whether they are complying with the requirements of the standard. That is the 9001 of 2015. So according to what I know, the person who wants to be certified has to express interest. So if I want to be certified against 9001 of 2015, I have to express interest that I need to be certified against that standard. Then the body accredited by KENAS would come in, do the initial audit. After the initial audit, do the documentation, they review the documentation, and now say that this entity has complied with the requirements of 9001 of 2015, and therefore need to get a certificate for that. So let's map out what I've said to simplify in this process for energy auditing. So according to what has been submitted, and I think Susan will be able to correct me if I miss something, it will require KENAS to accredit bodies. So bodies in this case could be KEBS, could be IPEA, could be KM, to be certifying bodies. So the bodies, in turn, will be auditing facilities. So the facilities, they will audit they can either certify persons to audit facilities, the same way you can be certified to become an ISO auditor of 9001 of 2015, to come and do the energy audit, or to come and do the audit on your facility. And with that, after you get that certification, then there will be those frequent audits to be able to check that. And in this case, we'll be purely focusing on the requirements of ISO 5001, 50001 standard for you to be certified. So the KS ISO 50001. So in this case, it will be completely a paradigm shift to the regime that we're enforcing now. Because the way I look at it, one, it's the facility that will express interest for them to be certified against ISO 50001. So it will not be a regulatory requirement, because in that case, it's this hotel, Sarova Panafric, not even Sarova group of hotels, but Sarova Panafric that will say, I want to be licensed or to be certified against or accredited against this standard. They apply to the certification body that will be accredited by KENAS to be able to come and verify that they are complied with those requirements. And that's why I think the aspect of energy policies and whether they have to be checked by the regulator or not is coming in, because they're assuming if I'm auditing against this standard, then I will check these requirements and be able to pick out the non-conforming areas. But in this case, the origin of this regulation from our end is a focus on energy utilization in facilities. So aspects of energy policies is just to earn the top management commitment into the energy management process. So we'll have 3 levels. So in this case, I will use Ndareva or I don't want to use you now. I used you the other day. I need a short one. So let's say company XYZ, which wants to become an energy audit firm, will go to a body accredited by KENAS, or they can go to KENAS to get accreditation. Then with that accreditation come to EPRA to be licensed by EPRA to conduct energy audits. So for us, our consideration was, one, as I mentioned in the beginning of the session, we have 100 energy auditors. So introducing another requirement will reduce that number, in our opinion, to 20 energy auditors or less, because then we'll be putting another hurdle. So in this case, putting that hurdle on top of that, we would have lost the focus, because our focus was to save energy that is used within facilities. So that's why we were a bit coy, or not very much keen at that point. But in this case, because these are the stakeholders, and we have them online, we have them physically, we would want to open it up so that we have had the submissions. I've tried to break it down, and in case I missed something, I know Susan will clarify. Then with that, we'll be able to make a decision. Because in my opinion, you know, I'm also a Kenyan. I might move out of EPRA and become an energy auditor. If we are going to focus on ISO 50001, then we should not have regulations, 100%. Because in that case, it's the facilities that will have to express interest that they need to comply with this standard. Because the standard is not mandatory, it's a voluntary standard. The same way in Kenya, not all bodies are certified against the quality management system, ISO 9001 of 2015. And that clearly does remove control on the demand side management from the energy regulator. And just to mention, the aspect of accreditation, because one of the comments that came in was accreditation has been used in the Act. We went to the authors of the Act, and the way they interpreted the requirements of the Act is what we have provided for in the regulation at the moment. So they didn't envision accreditation as defined by what the definition that has been submitted. They envisioned accreditation to meet licensing. And that's why we had to review all the clauses to capture the word licensing, because accreditation then was becoming what I call a political term in this case. So we'll open it up. We don't want to close this discussion. I think you spoke a lot, so I'll give you a second. Let me give Kelvin, but you put it in summary so that many people contribute as much as possible. Okay.
I had a short one. Yeah. Thank you very much. I don't know why you want to avoid what Susan is asking. She's very right. And she is right because of the following. First of all, I think the whole regulation was used a word that she strongly defends called accreditation. You should have just sailed through with the licensing. I think let's look at the journey of an energy auditor. And she is trying to say that she needs the person to be accredited and then to be licensed. I think that is a good thing. And yeah, so now, I wanted to say that the journey is, first you are supposed to have a BSc. Then number two, you are supposed to be accredited. You are accredited by doing CEM, or Certified Energy Manager exam, which in my opinion, or in my own research, has been accredited by the American National Standard Institute, which I think is more superior than KENAS. At the same time, I also think you are supposed to have an MSc, if it's not a CEM, which according to the Kenyan system is the Senate. The University Senate is supposed to accredit that. In case maybe Susan is not comfortable with that, maybe we can direct those people who have done MSc and not done CEM to perhaps go through that route. Then number three, the auditor also works under a licensed energy auditor and does 5 audits. This time the regulation is stating about 3. And then the same auditor now goes through a written interview to EPRA. Now, you might pass or fail. We have quite a bit. The energy managers we have with CEM in Kenya are actually about 4 times of the energy auditors. Why? Because they are dropped at the written interview. If you happen to pass, then you are dropped at the oral interview. And then after that, once you start doing the audit, you will chase yourself away if your audits have been rejected severally, because you will do an audit, you are not paid because it hasn't passed. I have never seen a serious accreditation than that. Then on top of that, the regulations are saying that there is going to be continuous CPDs during every renewal. At that point again, you will find that you will still need to pull up your socks for you to maintain your license. So, in my view, she is requiring us to do a very honorable thing to ensure that these people are accredited, and I have confirmed they have been accredited by the American National Standards Institute. Otherwise, thank you very much, Susan. I think it was an oversight.
So I think we'll give the next participant. Thank you, Ndareva, for your comments.
Thank you. Probably, I would like to, in the spirit of this, laud the effort that IPRA is doing, because sincerely, if we lose focus to what I think is their aim, even the discussions may go in a direction. And I would like to underscore the investment risks that go when they are handled by quacks. I think that is what COC, the IPRA, is carrying to try and cover, because recently, so huge investments have been skipped by insurances, where they say, okay, you guys, you think you have accredited or you have a qualified energy auditor or manager, show us this person. And what happens is, in the event that this does not happen, actually insurances don't pay. And insurances will try to skip through such a minor loophole. And so I think I would like to urge this room to look at the bigger picture IPRA is trying to paint on the wall and actually stamp their guidance on, not even authority, guidance on through this regulation. Having said that, it would then be very good should we, all of us, be on this nice bed called this conference and dream the same dream, so that by the time we are leaving here, someone who comes to do an investment is comfortable taking, either whether we choose to say accredited, licensed, qualified, that one, locally, and know that I can sleep pretty. Should this building come tumbling, the energy auditor, energy manager is exempt or exonerated from any blame, because the right person has given their verdict. And so, probably it is not right should we live here without having that focus stamped in our minds. So I would like us to, mine was only to urge and the Lord IPRA for this, and also try to urge the participants to look at the bigger picture, which we should carry out of here, to safeguard investments, not only by anyone, but even especially from quacks, who will come, pride themselves to be this or that, give certificates, and after that, I don't want to use the vulgar of shit happens, but something terribly goes awry. And after that, the insurances skip you. You lose your investment, you lose all your money, and you lose your livelihood. Thank you.
As we pass the mic to the next person, I think the speakers have reminded me of one thing that we did, that maybe we didn't mention. We don't work in isolation, so therefore we look at what is happening in other jurisdictions. We reviewed what happens in India, and I can confidently say it's the same process that the field is regulated under, where an energy auditor is taken through a process, a rigorous process, to make sure they have the right qualifications in terms of academic and experience, before they're issued with a practicing license. We have the similar in the US, in the different states, San Francisco. So I think we can always also be looking at that so that we make ourselves comfortable, that we have also tried to check what others are doing, that we are not working in isolation.
Thank you, Nixon. My name is John Gakuo. Previously worked as energy manager for 7 years, and I'm now working for a company called GAM Engineering. If I'm allowed to assume that I'm the only energy manager around here, then I can give some inputs from the industry. One is that I refer to clause 9, part 1, where it says that the owner of the designated facility shall within 1 month of an energy audit submit the audit report to the authority. I became a victim of this clause, whether the initial one or the amended one, because my audits were being done by third parties. So you find it was really difficult to get the soft copy and the hard copy of the energy results within stipulated time frame. So I'm assuming this clause is looking where we have the auditor and the auditee having a direct relationship. When you introduce the third party, then it becomes a problem. So we need to look at that and see how we can prescribe that so that the firms do not become victim of that requirement. On clause 8, part 1, the issue of the 4 years, to me I find it adequate, because you realize that in the previous one where you had 3 years, and depending on when the audit was being done within the calendar year, and you had to align your ECMs to the budgetary allocations of the company, then you wasted about a year before you start implementing some of the ECMs. So when you add an extra 1 year, then it becomes more adequate for the energy manager and the companies to react so that at least they can do the 50% of the recommended ECMs. If you go to item number 24, I think there was a reaction from Nakuru. But when I read this, to me it is more suitable because it says the authority shall maintain and publish on its website or any other media. We should not be restricted to nation and standards. Probably those are the only media that are available in Nakuru. But if I move further away from Nakuru, I may get Citizen, the Gata Press, and IPRA will be tied up. They cannot now publish in that Citizen paper. So I mean, we leave it the way it is. They can decide based on the location in the market or the people they want to target on the best way to advertise. I want to give some point of information here. As an energy manager, I was clear in mind what I wanted when my audits were being done. And I would specifically request for an auditor to come and do an AGA audit. That is to say that the energy manager, who is empowered, decides what is best for the company. And there's no way the auditor can come and influence the type of audit to be done. May I respond to what Mr. Nyangaka was asking, if that is the correct designation? There's a Fire and Safety Act that you need to conform to that defines what to have where in the facilities. And lastly, Madam Susan from Kenas, I don't want to take the direction my friend Isaac Driver has taken, but I need to be guided by accrediting who is the accreditor. Because once we know who is the accreditor, then you can be able to react to know the best way for the for this regulation. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Bill Mudia from Stakeholder Services Limited, an energy audit firm. I'm looking at part 241, classification of facilities. There is a high energy user, medium energy user, low energy user, but there's no definition of these three categories. Can we have what is high energy user, what is the medium energy user, and low energy user? In the old regulation, anything above 108 kilowatt hour was a high energy user or medium energy user. Anybody lower than that was an SME. Now can we, with the new regulation, give definition to these classes, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill, for that. Actually, as it was in the current regulation, that's the Energy Management Act of 2014. The regulation, I mean, it itself does not define these. These are defined by a gazette notice. Like for the current one, you had a 2013 gazette notice, which gave a clear definition of what is low, what's high, what medium. Why we don't put it there, because see, they keep on changing in terms of consumption. So they say the authority shall publish that from time to time. So the time the authority is publishing this designation, they can decide low is 150. Then next year they say low is 200. So it will be from time to time. It will be a separate gazette notice, the way we did the regulation of 2012 had this definition in the gazette notice of 2013, where that was clearly defined, low, high, and medium. Thank you for that. Then we have, Nixon has a number of people want to give comments from the other end.
Yeah, so I think we'll pick two comments on this topic of accreditation, certification, and licensing. Then we close it there so that we allow the participants to give other comments apart from that. But also we promise, you know, we don't want to go against the law. We'll always try to even engage universities and understand what is this certification. That once I graduate with my PhD in energy management, I still have to be accredited by someone else, then certified, then licensed to be able to do an energy audit.
Okay, once again, I have another suggestion. We have essential service providers who require energy throughout. Will they be affected by your draft rules, such as broadbands, military communication? Will they be affected? Another issue is we have data acquisition systems. These are machines which do energy management. Are they acceptable in your draft rules? Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we'll address that to the other questions. On the other side, there was one. Albert, you wanted to say something? Okay. So maybe we'll respond to his question, then we pick the other questions apart from accreditation, if there's no one online who wants to make a contribution on the topic. So in terms of essential services, what we are looking at is energy consumption at the end user level. And you're encouraging the user to use it more efficiently. So if you are a hospital, of course hospitals are essential service providers, and you want to reduce your operating costs, maybe pay doctors better. So in this case, you'll be encouraged to do the energy management programs. So be able to do an energy audit, be able to have an energy manager, and for your information, just for comfort, most of these facilities have already complied. So if you go to KNH, MTRH, they have been able to do these energy audits, and they have energy managers, competent engineers that are looking at the energy management programs. And also, just to note that most of the innovations, for some reason, are done in the military. I don't know why. Maybe something I should research more. And I know there's quite a lot of research on energy efficiency programs, even in the improved cookstoves that we use, that is being done by KDF. And some of them have even done the energy audits. Some of the facilities for KDF have already done the energy audits. So we shouldn't be worried about them. I think they understand why they should do and why they should comply, and they've already been able to comply. So with that, I don't know if from our team there's someone who wanted to say something about certification accreditation before we go to the next stage. So, or you pick the other comments. Okay. You have to ask? I'm saying if there's anyone who wanted to talk about accreditation before I close.
Okay, thank you, Nixon. Probably I'll have to make a clarification because Susan is asking why the authority should look at the policy and why the authority is not trusting the energy auditor to review the policy of the facility. There are two concepts here. The work of an energy auditor is to conduct an energy audit in the facility, not an ISO 50001 audit. One is a standard, another one is auditing the real use of energy in the facility. So we have to standard the two things. If I have an auditor doing an audit on QMS, this auditor will check on the quality objectives, he'll ask if you have the quality objectives, and he'll write a report on everything on that. But an auditor is not auditing an ISO process. The auditor only audits use of energy from where you receive the material to where you get your product. And he goes there in a technical way, using mathematical or engineering principles to do that audit work. So that is where his work starts and ends. The other issues of if you want to know if a farm has an energy manager, you don't send the auditor to go and ask them, do you have an energy manager? Or you don't send them to go there and ask, do you have an energy management committee? Are you keeping your records? Now, that is the work that EPRA does. Apart from checking on the quality of the audit that the auditors have done, now they now check on the whole process that's in the regulation. And the standard is only part of the regulation. So we are not replicating the standard in the regulation, as Nixon has said before. So EPRA does verification of the quality of the audit. Then it verifies if the facility has complied with the other provisions of the regulation. The auditor has no hand in that. Thank you.
There is this issue of certification, accreditation, and licensing. One of the requirements for you to be an energy auditor in EPRA, even in the audit regulations, is you must be certified by a recognized, accredited body. And one of the bodies which has been able to conquer this area is Association of Energy Engineers of US. I think almost 80% of the auditors we have licensed have an international certification by AE as certified energy managers. So the issue of certification, accreditation, already we had even met in the other regulation, and we have not removed it in this regulation. So if you want to see whether our auditors are certified or accredited, that is the, in fact, that is the minimum entry to be licensed. So our auditors are above board because, like in US, Once you have been certified as an energy manager, you don't require to go through any other process. You just start doing energy audits. But in Kenya, it's a bit different. So I think we don't have to have, it's only that it's as if there's a misunderstanding. Already, all what is being asked for was met by 2012.
Thank you, Eustace. So that we don't lock out the, I'm tempted to, very briefly, Daktari, if it's on the same issue.
Very, very briefly, because I think, I don't know, I'm getting what, I don't understand whether we have a misconception between the KES ISO 50001 and KES ISO 50002. Maybe that is where all this confusion is coming from. Thank you.
I think 50,001 is talking about the energy management system, largely. And that's what I think the submissions from Kenas are majorly based on. And that's why when we were trying to explain, we tried to relate to QMS, because that's what most of us would identify with. But as also Phoenix has said, the regulations is majorly focusing on the auditor, on the auditing aspects, on 50,002, yes. Yes. Okay, so I think we'll continually engage with Kenas and the other bodies so that we have a consensus. But at least we have the feel of the stakeholders as to where they want the sector to go to. And we also have the regulatory impact study that provided the basis of the work that we are doing now. So we'll go to other comments apart from that. If someone else, so that we don't lock anyone out.
Other comments, right? Yeah. Okay. Nixon, would it be okay if I stood where you are standing? Thank you. Okay. Is it loud and clear? Thank you. Good afternoon. I have very few comments on the draft regulations. And just to be clear, they don't touch on accreditation. So on the body, they're specifically on the body of the regulation, and some of them touch on wording or semantics that will seek clarity, and then there are some that basically deconstruct a bit some things that I perceive as technical errors. So the first glaring problem for me here is on the structure of the energy audit report as defined in schedule it should be schedule 3, correct? Yeah, so if you look at section 19, we have the responsibility of an owner of a designated facility being defined in the preparation of the energy investment plan. Now, this same energy investment plan appears in the energy audit as chapter 10, I think. Which then shifts that responsibility again from the owner or the occupier to the energy auditor. And then in chapter 10 of that schedule 3, the authority has defined a detailed approach that is to be followed in the development of an energy investment plan. It's very detailed and nice and very technical. Maybe it requires a certified financial auditor, I think, financial analyst, but that's not the point. The point is that there is a contradiction between the report and the which is the responsibility of the auditor, and the development of the energy investment plan, which again is defined in Schedule 4 as the responsibility of the occupier. So I think that this thing should remain the responsibility of the occupier. It is, by any definition, the responsibility of the occupier to decide what they are going to invest on. Because the auditor cannot tell the facility what the facility is supposed to invest on as far as energy efficiency is concerned. And also the authority has clearly explained in part 3 that the occupier has up to 6 months to file this investment plan. So clearly, as we can see, the energy auditor's work will have been concluded. And so this implementation plan, as part of the energy audit, needs to be expunged, in my opinion. The second thing is on, on the implementation report. That is on Schedule 5. There is a prescriptive, there's a prescriptive statement. There's a prescriptive statement on Chapter 5 in the structure of the implementation report as proposed. This statement reads as follows. The summary of measures implemented, the summary of the measures implemented, the projected and actual annual kilowatt-hour savings, and the projected and actual annual cost savings as one of the items that should be discussed there. And then it goes ahead to say that this should be normalized using cumulative sum or Q-sum analysis. Now, Engineer Musonye, Engineer Nixon, and Engineer Fenwick's, not Fenwick's, but Eustace, you agree with me that that statement is very prescriptive, because measurement and verification follows industry best practices. There is no law as far as measurement and verification is concerned. And we know from experience that Q-sum analysis is not a one-size-fits-all kind of tool. There are cases where Q-sum analysis as a tool, as an analytical tool, are not applicable. So this statement needs to be refreshed. It is good, but it sounds prescriptive. So in a case where the auditor doesn't want to use Q-sum analysis, what happens? Or feels that there is a better tool than Q-sum analysis. Then let's move now to the ESCOs. So under the ESCOs, the regulations have made a lot of very good definitions, and I mean, it's largely okay for me, and I'm speaking on behalf of an ESCO, a leading ESCO in East Africa. But there are a number of areas that I would request the authority to look into. For example, in the wording of Section 19, I think of, yeah, in section 19, where the ESCOs are now being introduced, a designated facility shall enter into an energy savings, into an energy performance contract. Now, first of all, I think it should be an energy savings performance contract, so that it is more clear, because that's what ESCOs sign with clients. And in your in your preliminary definitions, you also need to define that energy savings performance contract. It's not defined. I've not seen it anywhere. So maybe look into that. And then saying that a facility, a designated facility, shall enter into an energy savings performance. I have a problem with shall, because it tells this designated facility what to do. The designated facility may not want to deal with an ESCO. So I suggest that we replace that with may, the shall with may, to avoid confusions. And then in the same breath, under the ESCOs, you say that an ESCO shall file a performance contract with the authority. And my question is, why should an ESCO or any occupier file a contract between the two of them with EPRA? And I know that EPRA may say that we have defined ourselves, or we have offered ourselves as an arbiter or as a dispute resolution body. So if we go by the logic that in that context, EPRA or a tribunal that will have been set up by EPRA will be adjudicating in a matter, in a dispute between an ESCO and a client. So let us say for convenience that at that point EPRA is a court. I have never seen a court asking people to file their contracts with the Registrar of Judiciary in advance in anticipation of a dispute. So I don't see why ESCOs or occupiers should file their contracts with the authority. The authority will have the right to ask these two parties to present any evidence of contractual arrangements when that dispute arises. But asking them to present them beforehand is a bit ambiguous to me. So please, if possible, let's look at that. Then, sorry, I'm just about to finish. So then I've got a couple of general comments. It is good that the authority has given a draft of what may guide ESCOs and occupiers in the development of an energy services performance contract, which is in one of the schedules. The schedule that defines the minimum requirements of a contract. That's really good. Now, there are words that have been used in that schedule that are a bit invasive, and I think that the authority needs to review them because they communicate a lot of invasion into the business space of, first of all, the ESCOs, and also, by extension, the occupiers. So one such comment is the comment that asks, under the terms, is a comment that basically, it's in a parenthesis, and it says, that the ESCO needs to define the duration of its earnings. It basically says bluntly that for how long will the ESCO earn from this project? That's an invasive statement. That is basically asking the ESCO to declare their profits in the contract. And whether the contract will be filed with the authority or it remains a covenant between the ESCO and the occupier, there is something called the term of the contract that is clearly defined. The contractual term should be able to take care of that. So I think that that part needs to be worded appropriately. Now, under the same draft of the ESCO of the contract, there is chapter 3. There is number 3 under the terms, which talks about measurement and verification protocol. I find I have a bit of conflict with the term protocol, because protocol points to a specific, I may be wrong, I could be wrong, but it points to a specific body of knowledge. When measurement and verification, as we have said, is not prescriptive, shouldn't be prescriptive. And so I would replace the term protocol with methodology. And then in the same statement, in the same paragraph, we have a parenthesis that says, that talks about how to measure and verify energy savings and energy and financial savings. That is technically wrong, because we all know that energy savings cannot be measured. So I would implore that the authority rewards that to measurement of energy consumption to verify the savings in energy and costs. Finally, there is a chapter on CPDs, continuous professional development. It's very good because it will keep the audit consultants and the auditors on toes or active. But I think that it is a little vague when you define, and I think I have the, when you define the licensing, not the licensing categories, but when you define the qualifications, there's a schedule on CPDs that basically talks about a walk-through audit, and then there is a medium-sized facility, and then there is a large facility. I think it is ambiguous, because what exactly determines the threshold for someone to be considered to have, done some good work requiring or satisfactory of awarding a CPD? And we are talking about audits. Is it the size of the facility, or is it the extent or the scope of the audit? I think that it is the scope of the audit. Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Ndereva, Engineer Ndereva, sorry. So, so you're saying that, the type of audit, under the type of audit, you're talking about a walk-through audit as the first one, which will earn me a 2 point. And then we leave the audits there. Now we talk about a medium energy consumption facility, which will earn me 5, and then a high energy consumption facility, which earns me 10. I don't think it will be, it's illogical for us to get into the debate of what is a medium-sized or a large size. And as Engineer Musonye had explained, there are variables involved, and facilities upgrade. So a facility may be a medium consumer today, and then tomorrow it will be a high consumer. But how exactly do you determine that, I have done this audit for a medium energy consuming facility and I only deserve 5 points? So I think that a bit more of definition needs to be done on that. With those very few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Sorry. So thank you, Kelvin, for the good input. I think some of them are editorial issues. We might not want to respond to those ones directly. For example, on the last comment on walkthrough medium, I think we'll change that. Initially, we wanted to categorize the auditors based on the consumption of the facilities that they would be auditing, but then we changed our mind in between, and I think it's an oversight that you are still having that schedule reading that way. So maybe in the final draft, we'll have walkthrough audit, general audit, and investment grade audit. So that is taken on board. In terms of the contract, in terms of the energy service contract, how long it's going to last. Of course, our interest would be the contractual period. So we'll be able to change that to include, not to read the payment period. Maybe it looks a bit invasive, as you rightly put it. Because basically, we also want to look at a way of protecting the facilities that get into these contracts. Because if, for example, someone comes and puts a solar system on top of this roof, and then the contract period is for 25 years, we might, even doing a simple calculation, will say the person will be making a kill. So there should be a way of exiting from those contracts, and also a way of quantifying the rate of return for those projects. We might not want to specify them in the regulation, but then we'll have it in a way that it's acceptable to the stakeholders. So with that, and also we'll respond to the aspect of energy service companies. I'm still going there so that we are comfortable with that. We'll still discuss on whether you need to provide us with the contract or not. That, of course, we'll give you in our final feedback. And in case we have it as part of the requirements, we'll, of course, give reasons why we think it's important that we have it. We'll, of course, change the shall from may, right, that is given, because then someone might decide to do some of the measures without involving the ESCOLs. So basically what I'm saying, the comments have been noted, and we'll be able to address all of them because they're not significantly affecting the regulation. And they are good intentioned, I would say. Not that the others are bad intentioned. In fact, they never had very good intentioned comments at the beginning of the submissions. And I hope he had given me in writing in advance. Then I would be saying these energy consumers, Electricity Consumers Association gave us 20 pages of comments and you have responded. You know, also that is good. So make sure if you are able to provide them in writing, we'll be very happy. I don't know if you have anyone else. Okay. Albert, you also want to come here?
No. I think I'll
Thank
give
you.
my submissions from here.
I was worried you wanted to stand here.
So thank you very much. My name is Albert Ouma. I have a few comments here to make on the draft regulations 2021. Number one is on the policy, energy management policy. Of course, the authority is proposing that the policy be submitted to the regulator for review and approval. And I've had the experience of first of all developing a policy. And I think the kind of policy that the regulator is talking about is a policy statement. So, because a policy, first of all, in an organizational setup is a confidential document that guides its operations. So you'll find an organization has various policies touching on various issues to guide its staff on the various operations. So this other aspect of the policy, I propose that you make it to become a policy statement because it's a highly summarized document that is just highlighting key commitments that you want an organization to make. So that's number one. Number two is on the composition of the Energy Management Committee. I felt the draft provided is leaning very much towards manufacturing. And for other corporate setup, the other key departments that I feel should be part of this composition. For example, I think finance is a very important department in any organization because we are talking money, we are talking energy savings, and money is involved. And I don't understand why security is appearing in the Energy Management Committee before finance. And for me, probably security has no function there. Of course, there are other very important departments like, I think in the current or progressive corporate entities, organizations, they have what we call business change management, looking at their processes and guiding them in that respect. So I would propose that business change management be part of the composition of the committee. Of course, you had included compliance, but I would propose that you may stroke it to legal, because of course regulation is a legal document, and you want somebody legal also to be sitting there to help in guiding the organization on that. I think currently organizations are establishing sustainability divisions or departments, and sustainability also would be one of those departments that should be represented in the committee. And finally, ICT. For example, the other day we were talking about data centers. That falls under ICT, and in some organizations, ICT is a very large consumer of energy, and their representation is key in such a committee. I would also propose that I heard someone saying they've been energy manager in some organization for 7 years, and they were doubting whether there's one in this room. Maybe I just want to remind them that there's one. And of course, an award-winning one, the reigning energy manager of the year in the sub-Saharan African region. So I would propose that the composition of the committee be composed of the heads of those departments and not representatives. I'm speaking from experience, and to support the energy manager, because the regulator, you're proposing that there'll be an energy manager in organization. So if this committee is going to be composed of some junior officers, I think the energy manager will be having a very difficult time. So I propose that in the composition, those departments be heads of those departments. So it will really support the energy manager in achieving the objectives set. I would also propose that you add that the committee to have a clear terms of reference, because sometimes also, if this is not well defined, the energy manager will have a lot of difficulties. Of course, the terms of reference should outline appointment, scope and authority, purpose, membership, procedure, committee decisions, tenure, frequency of meetings, among other things. So, and this is from experience. So I propose that you may consider adding that to be included in the draft. And also, of course, in a committee, you always propose that the composition be an odd number for ease of decision making. So I don't know how you, whether you include that or you leave it to the various organizations to decide. But being an odd number, I think, it's always good to and easy to make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. We used to call him Serikal when he was a young man. So I think you have really scrutinized the Energy Management Committee, and we'll take those comments on board and also look at what you mentioned as the policy document and policy statement. That will, I think we'll just give guidelines on what will be in the Energy Management Committee, because I'm also seeing a risk. You could be defining departments in organizations indirectly by putting the heads in the regulations. So maybe just giving indications as to what we think will be representatives in the committee. Okay. So I think we'll be able to look into that. And then I don't know, before we close, if there's any other, there's no any other comment, I think a lady should speak for sure. So go ahead.
So, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Miriam, an advocate at MC & Associates, and I'm here on behalf of Tatu City Limited. So, I would like to seek clarification on the definition of the word facilities. How will large-scale mixed-use developments or special planning areas be treated? When you look at special planning areas such as Tatu City, they are similar to local authorities and municipalities. So there's need for clarification on whether such areas will be declared as one facility or they will have multiple facilities within one area.
Thank you. I think that is very clear. Basically, we'll be considering the facilities as the entities within the establishment. So for example, if I would use malls. So for the malls will have different tenants, and the tenants are treated separately. So it's the same thing with the Tatu City. So the various industries, various institutions will have their own policies. They can't be treated as one for sure. So maybe having it very clear in the regulations will be important. So before we close, we'll have two functions. One, we'll allow Phoenix to respond to a comment we have received online from Susan. And maybe we could also give Susan an opportunity, maybe before Phoenix you speak, so that she speaks out. And then after that, we'll have competition authority give some remarks before then we close the workshop. So I think we'll start with Susan. If Susan can hear us, then we can allow her to speak.
Okay, mine's a quick one. Can you hear me? We had more comments than what was submitted on this forum, so just asking to get a confirmation that they will be considered by the authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. That's for sure the comments will be taken into account as we close on the regulations. So Phoenix will comment on her question on the chat.
Okay, the last comment received from Susan talks about growing of local capacity in terms of accreditation, which we agree with. Actually, we are developing a local curriculum for energy auditors. With one of the consultants is in this meeting right now. So we're also longing for the day we will have local accreditation schemes for people who certify energy auditors. No one has locked out anyone. what we are, maybe what the regulation may not be considering is saying for you to be an energy auditor, you must be accredited by a local body, specific local body, and not any other body, because you see there are many other options like the MSc that Ndera was talking about. So as much as we can, KENAS, of course we work with the KENAS, and KENAS is a government body, so please don't see us exchanging in public and think we are at war with them. KENAS can still write to the Minister for Energy that they meet, and sometimes these regulations go through the cabinet, by the way, and then after they are met, we can also think of ways of partnering with them so that they can also start accrediting bodies that can now be offering certifications. We don't have such a body in Africa right now. I'm not sure if there is any, but if they can do so, so that we can even be accrediting most of African countries, then they can be issuing certifications in energy management the way AEE does right now, because you can also be sure we are tired of going to America to be certified. So if you can have that locally, well and good, it will be a good thing, although we may not want to be what our friend Engineer Mbonye says, prescriptive, and say you must be accredited by or must be certified by someone in Kenya, because even for the AEE, we don't mention AE in the regulations, we don't mention CM in the regulations, we just say certifications. So we welcome that from KENAS, so that we can come up with a program to make sure that we are doing certifications. But we may not pigeonhole auditors and energy audit firms into that. Thank you. So we'd call Competition Authority of Kenya. Okay, just a bit. On the issue of the audit process, because we are many auditors there, probably we might have a session between KENAS and an energy auditor. One of them, I'm sure even the will be willing to just explain what it means, or Bill here, what it means to do an energy audit, so that we can differentiate between who looks at the energy policy and who looks at the energy performance process in the facility. Thank you. So we'll invite Competition Authority of Kenya to give some remarks. There are visitors today. We welcome them. They'll tell us what they do, because we've also been talking about ESCOs, and I'm sure ESCOs have something to do with the competition. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Yes, so my name is Boniface Kamiti from the Competition Authority of Kenya. Maybe some of you may not know about the Competition Authority of Kenya. We are the ones who regulate competition and consumer protection in the Kenyan economy. You may have seen about us in the media, or in other areas you may have been involved with us. But basically we are here to talk to you about something which is quite important. We have an MOU with the EPRA, and we work together in the energy and the petroleum sector, basically to enhance competition and consumer protection. And I'll give a very short presentation. I will not take much time, and I would like to request for your comments also after that. And basically, if I could give a brief overview. As I mentioned, we regulate, or we enhance competition and consumer protection in Kenya by regulating market structure and market conduct. We have a consumer protection mandate, which I'll be speaking about today. And we have a mandate also on what is called abuse of buyer power. But if I talk about market structure is basically when two companies want to merge, or when one company wants to acquire the other company, then they have to come to the authority for approval. We undertake an analysis, economic analysis and other analysis, to determine whether that merger or acquisition will affect competition in the Kenyan economy. You may have seen various instances where the authority has been mentioned, competition authority has been mentioned, in regards to its decisions regarding various mergers and acquisitions in Kenya. We also regulate what is called market conduct. When we talk about market conduct, two companies are not supposed to collaborate with one another either to fix prices or to allocate markets, because if two companies which are supposed to be competing fix prices or allocate markets, it is the consumer who is affected, because you see those two companies will, when they fix prices, it means when you go to River Road to check for the price of, for example, a phone, and you go to any other location to check for that price of that particular phone, you find that the price is the same. But if they are genuinely competing, then you find that the prices should be different. And you know that's the benefit that is taken down to the consumer. And if they allocate markets, it's the same thing. It is the consumer who is being affected. So it means it is important for those two companies to compete, and the authority comes in to investigate what we are calling restrictive trade practices, and that is what we call market conduct. There's also abuse of buyer power, where maybe you have seen the authorities' interventions in the retail market, where you may be supplying the retail sector, either a supermarket or any other big player for that matter, and they refuse to adhere to the contractual terms that you have set with them, so they are abusing their buyer power. So you find that either they refuse to pay you for goods supplied to them, and that shows that they are abusing their buyer power. But today I want to speak about consumer protection. And I'll be speaking to you from the perspective of you as a consumer, because you are a consumer in the Kenyan economy, and you as a player in the energy industry serving consumers, the consumers of your products or your services for that matter. And when we talk about consumer protection, the most important thing that comes about is consumer rights. So are you aware of your rights as a consumer? That is one. And secondly, are you aware of the rights of the consumer that you serve? And when we talk about consumer protection, we have to mention Article 46 of the Constitution of Kenya, where consumers have a right to goods and services of reasonable quality. So as we go through this presentation, I would want you to think about those rights and whether you are adhering to the rights, you know, in terms of the services that you're giving to consumers. So the consumer has a right to goods and services of reasonable quality, to information necessary for them to gain full benefit from goods and services, to protection of their health, safety, and economic interests, and to compensation of loss and injury. So that is the basic thing about consumer protection. But even as we talk about consumer protection, what I'll be telling you or talking to you about are the provisions of the Competition Act. So the Competition Authority of Kenya implements the Competition Act number 12 of 2010. But you may wonder, what's the connection between competition policy and consumer protection policy? As I indicated when I was starting the presentation, competition policy is all about how farms, you know, the conduct of the farms. So there's that relationship between your company. For example, there's 3 or 4 companies here. What is your relationship? Are you fixing prices? Are you allocating markets? And when you do that, it affects the consumer. And in consumer protection policy is all about how the consumer exerts pressure on you to be able to give quality goods and quality services. So that's the nexus between competition policy and consumer protection policy. So I will give brief instances of our law so that you can see how it relates to the work that you're doing. So we have section 55, and I'm talking about part 6 on consumer welfare. I will not go through the other sections because the other sections are all about mergers and acquisitions and restrictive trade practices and abuse of buyer power. So I'm talking about part 6 on consumer welfare. There's section 55 on false or misleading representations. And the question we should be asking ourselves is, as you're giving the services you're giving to consumers or the goods that you sell to consumers by virtue of being in the energy space, are you falsely misleading that these goods are of a particular quality or can perform some certain performance characteristics? So we should be aware of what we are telling our consumers because it may constitute an offense under the Competition Act. Remember, I'm speaking to you also as a consumer, and we go to unconscionable conduct. Unconscionable conduct means it's the power that you may have over a consumer. I like giving the example of the financial sector, for example, and you may go and get a loan from a certain financial institutions and maybe they did not disclose certain fees and charges to you, and you know that you are supposed to complete your loan by in another 1 year, but beyond 1 year you find that they're still charging you various fees and charges that were not disclosed to you. So it means they have that power over you as a consumer, and we should be asking ourselves, are you exhibiting that power over your consumers, and that may constitute an offense under the Act. Now, under section 58, 59, and 60, we are talking about goods and services, and this one is concerned with product safety standards, unsafe goods, issues of defective goods. And you are in the energy space, and the energy space has products, has services, and the question is, what are the products that you are supplying? Have they gotten the approval from the Kenya Bureau of Standards, for example? Have they met the standards that have been set in the country, and even in regards to your services and the goods that you supply? And also under section 60 on the product information standards. What information are you giving on your products? For example, do your products contain information necessary for the consumer of the person or the person who's purchasing the products to be able to know or to make a decision? So remember, the goods that you supply or the services that you give should be able to conform to the standards that have been set in the country, and it is important to give such information. If such information is not available to the consumer at the point of purchasing that good or service, then that would constitute an offense or a violation under the Competition Act. So as we move to the next slide, we consult with government bodies. Under section 67, we are mandated to consult with the Kenya Bureau of Standards. We have meetings with them. And we can also refer complaints to specialized government agencies. We have worked with EPRA in many instances where we have referred certain specialized complaints to the EPRA for determination. And we have meetings with them, and we can also investigate. And as I mentioned, as I was beginning the presentation, is that the Competition Authority has a mandate across sectors, all the sectors in the economy. So whether it's in the manufacturing sector, retail, and all the subsectors, then the authority investigates issues regarding competition, consumer protection, and abuse of buyer power. Now, I just wanted to give an overview of some of the issues that the authority has seen or continues to see in the energy sector. We have received complaints across electricity, petroleum, and renewable energy subsectors. We know in the electricity sector, there are quite a number of issues which the authority has been looking at in collaboration with EPRA, but we are receiving issues regarding substandard goods, especially touching on solar energy, etc. We find that there are batteries which are substandard, solar panels which are not working, and there's an increase in the number of complaints in this particular sector. So it is something that we have to be aware of as energy players. Another issue is the persistent complaints regarding non-responsiveness by players to resolve issues. What the authority emphasizes that is the Competition Authority of Kenya, is when you receive a complaint from your customer, or when we receive a complaint for that matter from a consumer, the first question we ask them is, have you reported this to that particular player? And you find most of them, and they will give us evidence because we are supposed to collect the evidence. They'll give us evidence to show that they complained to you regarding maybe a product that they purchased or a service that was given that was not as per the expectation. But you went ahead to either dismiss it, or you've taken time to resolve it, or you have not resolved it in that case. So we'd want to urge you as the authority that you need to respond to consumers effectively. You need to resolve their issues, because once they come now to the Competition Authority, what we are going to do is write a notice of investigation. And now once we launch investigations, then we move to the next step in terms of remedies. And those are just some of the remedies. Regarding products, once we note that there are issues regarding the goods, then under the law, we can order for a recall of those goods. We have done that in this market. We can order you to disclose defects and order that particular undertaking or company to disclose the defects either through the TV or radio or any wide circulation media. We can order for repair of goods, for replacement of goods. We can order for the refund of the price of goods. And we can also order, pursuant to our competition general rules, bans, either temporary or permanent ban on some of the products. And after determination, then we can actually impose financial penalties pursuant to Section 36 of the Act. Or if a company wants to settle the matter, they can settle the matter, and the authority can impose what you call a pecuniary penalty. And we also can forward the matters to the ODPP for prosecution. So this is just information that we wanted to be able to give you to make you aware of the existence of the authority. That is, if you didn't know about the authority, and to emphasize that you need to always, at the back of your mind, the rights of consumers and the need to treat your customers the way they're supposed to be treated as per Article 46 of the Constitution. So thank you so much, and I can take questions, yes.
Question? My name is James. Gomeli, and my question goes to you. And my question is to ask, there are several instances where you have declared an organization a monopoly. In the energy sector, we still need it to be opened more. Have you received any cases where we need to declare the utility a monopoly for them to open up space? That's my first question. And my second question maybe will be answered by the team from EPRA. What is the big picture do you see when you implement these, when you gazette these rules? What do you see in the next 6 months? Will it unlock investments? Because I'm trying to see, as a big player in this sector, I'm trying to see those regulations, what will they unlock in the next 6 months? And secondly, the Power Purchase Agreement Task Force, what impact will it have on your regulations here? And to go further, I've been in the sector, energy sector, and I see the consumer body is more of an elite for manufacturers. How do we go down to even the competition authority? You can walk into an office at a lower level of county, even lower below, where people can raise a complaint. Because even I've not seen a lot of emphasis on the tribunal, and even in the act, how the tribunals can go down to that level, to the Wanjiko, how can they raise complaints? Because I'm seeing we are just maneuvering around the big players, the big consumers of power. Thank you.
Okay, can I take that first? So I'll answer the first question. Now, just to clarify, we have not declared any company a monopoly. Maybe what you could be referring to is an issue of dominance. Maybe that's what you're referring to, but I would also want to clarify that there's nothing wrong with a company being dominant. Dominant per se is not an offense, because maybe you became dominant because of being creative and being innovative. So all I can emphasize on, and I would like to reiterate, that you may be dominant, but a competition concern comes in when you abuse your dominance. So are you restricting the entry and exit of firms? Are you imposing unfair terms and conditions to maybe your distributors or suppliers? Or are you imposing various terms that would prevent your competitors from operating in that particular environment? So that's how we look at dominance. I will jump to the last question when you talked about consumer bodies. And our Section 9 of the Competition Act, we have a mandate to promote the creation of consumer bodies. And we are happy, or I was happy to hear that there's in existence a consumer association relating to the energy sector. And the challenge with consumer bodies here in Kenya is that a majority of them operate in ways that would not enable consumers to reach to them, probably because of the structures, and they have various challenges. But the authority has been working with the ones that it has profiled to ensure that they are reaching down to the consumers, and we have been talking to county governments. We have gone down to the county level to talk to county governments to set up structures that would enable creation of new consumer bodies. Thank you.
My question is me now.
Yes.
My question is that if you are a competition authority, how do you protect the consumer from monopolies like Kenya Power Lighting?
Now, as I mentioned to you, we work with EPRA. As you may well know, the Energy Petroleum Regulatory Authority is the one that regulates the Kenya Power. So the complaints that we have received from consumers regarding the Kenya Power are all best handled by the EPRA, and they have been handling that to that particular level. We have had discussions with them, and what we see as important is the need to respond to consumers in the correct and way, and quick and effective way. And I think EPRA is doing that job to their best. I'm not here to speak on behalf of EPRA. I'm representing the Competition Authority of Kenya. So I indicated as per section 68, we refer specialized complaints to the EPRA, and they have been handling that.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Isaac Ndereva. I represent electricity consumers under Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya. I have seen we may need to talk because we can already foresee lack of capacity in pinpointing the problems that affect consumers from the competition, I think, your organization. We have very specific problems that we get because of what you are saying, dominance of Kenya Power. And that is, I think, an unfair dominance because we don't have the infrastructure for any other player to distribute power or transmission, because, of course, the way leaves are locked, and they also had been given by the government some of those lands. So those specific problems we've just been trying to raise with Kenya Power indirectly or directly. They sort out where they think there needs urgency. Mine is to just make you aware that we are the ones who represent consumers in electricity, and of course seek your audience maybe in a different forum so that we can discuss on how best our issues can be escalated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. And this time I'm not very kind to IPRA, and I want to address through you, because for once, especially in the petroleum industry, we have precedents where, under your watch, and the competition agency, they have fixed the profits that goes to the dealers, the profits that go to they are like 3-tier in that said formula. And which means by that kind of act as a regulator, they have actually locked, as in they are predetermined, where the market should be, and as opposed to what we call free fall. Now, the shipper is guaranteed of his so much money, and it is actually penned down. The distributor is guaranteed of so much money, and it is also penned down. What we call the outlet, the retailer, is also determined, so there are like 4 tiers of guaranteed penned down price, which you can close your eyes and say, liwe liwalo, I'll be this rich if I go to X number of, that is the volumetric throughput. Now, how has that happened under your watch? Because the bearer of this burden is the consumer. There is what we call the IPRA formula for all this, but you can see it actually cues what we call free market approach to petroleum products in the country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do not want to dwell into a discussion regarding the formula regarding fuel, and we know petroleum products are basically regulated. All I can say from the end of the Competition Authority of Kenya is that we've been looking at these issues, and also together with EPRA from trying to understand that particular market and the pricing formula, although I cannot authoritatively comment regarding the pricing formula in this meeting and the discussions that have been happening. Today I'm discussing about some of those issues, and these are discussions that are ongoing, which I cannot authoritatively tell you what is happening regarding that particular area from my perspective. Yes.
We ain't like looking at you as the person of you,
True.
but the body corporate.
True. So that's what I'm indicating. I cannot.
Sorry. So I was asking, if you won't delve into that, who will?
So that is, what I would advise you is this. If you could send that particular concern to us, then you can be able to receive an official response regarding a particular issue that has been there. That's the only thing I can be able to advise at this moment.
Thank you. I have a number of questions. Most of them I will discuss probably with you after this session. But thank you for coming, because this forum has brought together a number of people that represent a very important part of this economy that is predisposed to abuse of that buyer power that you spoke about. A number of these people you see here are professionals, but with maybe leading SMEs, and those SMEs are, most of them are at risk of collapse because of that abuse of buyer power. So what we would like from the Consumer Authority, now that you've signed an MOU with EPRA, and that would specifically address some of the issues that are here, and maybe by extension other SMEs out there, is a very straightforward chronology of action plans or actions that as an authority you can take when such complaints are lodged. It is important that you're explaining it to us, and so we know that you have the jurisdiction to handle these things. But could you please tell us, just break it down to us, that when an energy consultant here, for example, gets into a contractual agreement with a facility, a big facility, let's say maybe Coca-Cola, for example, and they do the work, everything is defined, the scope, the TOR and all those things, and then the work is done and completed, and then Coca-Cola abuses its, I'm using Coca-Cola hypothetically, not specifical, just hypothetical. And then Coca-Cola abuses their buyer power in this case. The auditor has probably spent resources of his or her own, of the firm's resources. And Coca-Cola, blatantly just abuses the buyer power by delaying payments for even 5 or 6 months without communication, or basically just what they do to abuse their buyer power. Now, as the aggrieved party, what do I need to do? That is the question in the mind of each one here. They may not ask this, but what do I do? Because this is a colossus organization. They should be using their common sense, but they just refuse, they suspend it. And then this small SME essentially gets crushed. It naturally just goes insolvent. So what do they do with regards to the domain that you represent as the competition authority?
Okay, thank you. You just need to lodge a complaint with the authority, and the authority will investigate the matter. We have a service charter. One, we are required to acknowledge receipt of your complaint within 3 days. And we will require for some documentation after we undertake a review of your complaint and assess your complaint to see if it falls within the provisions. But the most important thing is to lodge your complaint through info@cak.go.ke or complain@cak.go.ke. I would want to encourage you to go through our website. Just Google Competition Authority of Kenya, or you go to www.cak.go.ke. So then we'll be able to advise you further on how we are going to proceed with the investigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we need to wind up. I know you could be having many questions to ask him. Probably the way Ndereva said, you may have to maybe see him after lunch, or he gives his contact, his email address. Now that he's here, we can forward our questions to him for that. There are 2 questions that Ngomeli asked about where do we see the regulations? What do we see in the next 6 months? Maybe one is we've been having the regulations since 2012, so there have been some achievements we've done before, we made before. Then, of course, there are straight achievements we are going to check after the regulations have been gazetted. The first one is, of course, we will be having ESCOs. When we have ESCOs, now that it will be a structured way of doing things, the ESCOs will have financing structures, maybe from the banking institutions, who will, of course, start financing energy management projects, which will be useful, of course, because auditors will get the jobs. Those who are doing in implementation, engineers will get some work to do. That's one thing, a direct result of this. Then, of course, there are some things we call outcomes. An outcome of a regulation. We are going to have 2 things. There's one we call direct rebound and indirect rebound. Direct rebound is that because Mbonye used Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola has complied with our energy management regulations. They'll have made savings in terms of money. They will use that money to reinvest back into their facility. That's a direct rebound and energy efficiency. Then you'll have indirect rebound, whereby if they save, then the cost of production per output is going to go low. We hope the products will be cheaper, of course, with the efficient production. When products are cheaper, we will spare a cent in our pockets. So our disposable income increases. When the disposable income increases, we use that money elsewhere in investment. That's indirect rebound. So we have those two rebounds, and then we have the direct thing to do with ESCOs and the financing of ESCOs and the unlocking of funds now to do more projects in the country. Nixon will answer the second question about PPA and the task force, the presidential task force. Then we will close at that juncture.
Okay. I don't know what Phoenix expect us to respond on this, because the PPA has started its work. So we also don't know for sure what the output will be from the process. But basically, in terms of the impact on this regulation, the PPA task force has a specific TOR, terms of reference. And if I look at those terms of reference, is about, in summary, would be about Kenya Power and Lighting Company and how we're able to revitalize the company. So in my initial judgment, there would be minimal impact on these regulations, because basically, and I know it's an argument that has been had for some time, where we have had a discussion whether we have excess electricity, and if we have excess electricity, the energy efficiency is a priority and all those things. But basically, we should look at these things, and that would be, of course, what we would expect from the task force, from the bigger picture, because we're looking at energy efficiency in terms of competitiveness of the industries or the facilities that are consuming energy. So if we consume more inefficiently, it means the cost of our production will go high. But if you are able to manage the cost of energy, improve on the efficiency in the facilities, then our products from the industries, from the hotels here will be more competitive, and we'll expect the industry, the country's GDP to grow to a greater extent. So you might not want to preempt, but from where we sit, the mandate of the task force does not, at this moment, include review of the existing regulations or the regulations that are being done. And then the process of regulation development, as you could see, and that's where we are having you here as participants, is a consultative process. So we cannot sit somewhere and make the regulations. It's the industry that will push towards a given regulation being made. And maybe for the participant who, not to answer you, who asked about petroleum fuel pricing, I'm not competent enough to answer that, but basically just to refer you to, we are currently, I'm aware, our petroleum directorate, petroleum and gas, have been working on these regulations on petroleum fuel pricing. And it will be important if you gave your input, even as you follow with the Competitions Authority of Kenya. Because basically, as you have heard, most of the comments that we'll have here for this specific regulation will have to be responded to. And if you gave your input to them, I'm sure they are required by law to take into account what you will provide them. So I will not want to speak on their behalf, but I think that will be a good also, another approach that you could use to address your concerns about fuel pricing, for sure. Thank you. So I think I will invite Caro. I know we have gone beyond time. To be sincere, I've gotten important feedback, but I'm also very hungry myself. Huh? So I think we should also re-energize. It's necessary.
So let me take this opportunity to thank all of you for sitting with us through this session. We've received some very, very useful comments, which some of them we have discussed, and whatever we have discussed here, we are going to incorporate them into the regulations. Should you wish to submit further memoranda to us, I think we'd give it another 7 days. You can still give it to us, inform your groups, they can send it to us, and we are going to incorporate them. So the next step for this regulation is that we are now going to take it to our board of directors for approval, after which then we forward it to the cabinet secretary, who is going to do the publishing of the same, and then we can begin implementation. We may not give you timelines for that, because once it goes to the cabinet secretary, there's also a process that needs to be followed. So ours is to have it approved at our BOD level, then we can take it further. So we look forward to further engagements with you, and we want to assure you that whatever comments you have collected here today, we had a team of very good rapporteurs. I think we have 3 people here who've been taking your comments. So we will incorporate them and then now do the publishing bit. We also thank the Competition Authority of Kenya for taking time to be with us today. I think apart from the presentation that they have made, they've also got to learn more about these regulations, and we look forward to further collaborations, either in your workshops or our workshop. So thank you again, and I wish you a very nice afternoon. We will be having our lunch. I don't know, is Winnie still around? Can advise on that?
We have lunch, so guys will just pick the vouchers from Barbara here, and then we proceed straight away to the lunch area.
All right, thank you. So she will be available. You can be assisted by a few other of the staff from the authority to give all the vouchers. We can pick them as we walk outside. So let me request a volunteer, part of the audience, not the authority this time, to just say the grace for the meal and probably for our journeys out of here. Any volunteer? Anyone to say the closing prayer? Sorry? All right.
Can you stand up? Respect all the faiths here, and just say the closing prayer. Thank you, Almighty, for this time you have given to us. We want to thank you for the discussions we have deliberated here, that they will be able to improve the well-being of the Kenyan citizens in this country. I pray, oh Lord, as we break out from this meeting, that you will guide us, you will guide the team, so that they can implement policies that are going to help this country. And with all those remarks, we thank you, Lord, and as we go for lunch, bless the lunch we'll have. And we say the grace together. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, and have a nice afternoon.